Hypocrisy.
Phone. Oh, there we go. Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome. My mic is going in and out here. So that's nice. I'll have to keep an eye on this throughout the night because apparently it's just like the interface is. I think I need a new interface soon because this one seems to be on the fritz. Come on, you stupid thing. So anyway, yeah, it's working now. We'll see. All right. All right. Okay. Okay, did you try slamming it on something? I'm actually very close. You'll notice I have a new background in honor of today. Just in honor of today, we have a new flag in the background, courtesy of Short Round. And we are going to take a peek at it. Here we go. It says, "Don't touch Rolf's tractor." Whoops. Ah, there we go. So anyway, we'll pull it back up a little bit later. Again, as people fill in and we get to the Killdozer story, that is part of the story we are going to be covering tonight. We've got a full list of things to talk about. We've got a full list. We've got the Killdozer. It is Killdozer Day. I hope you guys are familiar with the Killdozer story. We're also going to we'll review it. We're gonna watch how I learned about the Killdozer. I learned it from the Discovery Channel years and years ago, and we're gonna watch that segment from the Discovery Channel. So copyright claim incoming. So that's what we're gonna do there. And we're going to look at we're going to do a deep dive into the Wikipedia article. Oh my God. Mother whore. Always forget something. Just a second. You've got to be kidding me. Hold on. I know the audio's shit right now. I'm so fucking mad. What the fucking hell? Okay. Ah! Hello? Hi. Hello. I'm starting to lose my fucking cool. Jesus. I don't know what is going on with this interface. I have no idea what's going on with it. But I'm getting really, really pissed off. It's the it's my Focusrite 2i2. I guess it's getting too old. So my mic is an RE20. I can't remember the brand name. It's not the mic that's the problem right now. It's the interface. The preamp. It's being finicky the past couple weeks here. So how fast is my lens? Like pretty fast? I don't know what the speed rating is. Okay. We're going to talk about the Killdozer. We're going to go through the Killdozer story. It is a romance story to end all romance stories. And then we are going to talk about Peggy Poulter. Preston Peggy Poulter has updated his complaint. He has filed his first amended complaint. So we're going to take a look at that in a little bit. Drake Bell. Drake Bell may belong to the wall. So we're going to have to take a look at Drake Bell and his story. Test, 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 test. Oh my goodness. Do we have a microphone? Oh my goodness. Do we have a microphone? Wow. So this is the culprit right here. This thing is apparently running around, getting drunk on the weekends or whatever. I don't know. It served me well, but it's no longer serving, apparently. So I'm using my to-go interface. My on-the-road preamp, hopefully it sounds okay. I don't have time to really fix it right now. God, it's fucking frustrating. Glad I have a backup. Glad I have a backup. All right. We will also cover Quinton Flynn. Quinton Flynn. He had a hearing. This is a little while ago, but it's part of the whole cancel culture, anime voice actor thing. It's right in line with Vic's stuff in a way. Quinton Flynn was falsely accused by a crazy person. Falsely accused by a crazy person, and that crazy person ended up getting BTFO'd in a court hearing, and Quinton Flynn was cleared of the false accusations, but still canceled, of course, from many things, and that's how it works. After or during that, we will also talk about this new Vic thing. I don't know if you guys know this or how much you follow Vic. But he did a Twitch stream on Tuesday, as he does on his Twitch channel. By the way, if you're a fan of Vic's and you're not following his Twitch channel, you probably should, so you can talk to him every Tuesday. But Vic did something I do not think was... I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have recommended it. But, you know, it's not a bad thing or anything. It's just because I know the internet. I would not have recommended it. But also, you know, Vic's got to live his life and can't always live it by the code of the funk like I do. And he had his girlfriend on his Twitch stream. And, oh boy. Oh boy. There's a thing with his girlfriend. She's pretty. And that means people are really, really, really pissed off because she is pretty. And so you can't do that. You can't do that. You see, Vic's supposed to be dead in the ground. He's supposed to be dead and buried. Remember that this is a Killdozer story. He's supposed to be the guy who flips out and loses it. That was the goal. That was the plan. Cancel him. Get him out. Get him out by any means necessary. He can never return to society. If he shows up with an attractive girlfriend, oh boy, that is not acceptable. No, 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 no. Fat Mad's getting fat and mad. And we're gonna look at the people who are mad. We're just gonna take a look at them. Maybe I wasn't gonna, but maybe I'll show a screen grab of Vic and his girlfriend. And then maybe I'll show you a screen grab of some of the complainers. That seems mean, but I feel like it's my sacred duty to do so. So that's that news we'll cover, as well as the Quinton Flynn stuff. You know, it's really funny because it's predictable. They're so mad every time he's not dead. Like literally, if he's going to a convention, they're pissed off. If he's doing his own thing on Twitch, they're pissed off. If he's in his backyard, they're pissed off. If he has a girlfriend, they're pissed off. If he's single, they're pissed off. They're mad perpetually. None of these people like even know him. They don't have anything to do with him. They all profess to not care, and yet the second he shows up and does anything, not in their lives, not anywhere even near their lives, they spurg out like a bunch of retarded dolphins. Just... Is that how a retarded dolphin sounds? I don't know what trisomy that dolphin had, but it was one of them. It was one of them. They're so fucking mad. Because he's not dead. That's the only conclusion you can draw from these people. I've gotten so much criticism from them, of course. They really hate when you figure out what they're up to. That pisses them off a lot because it's like, oh, fuck, we really look bad when you just say what's happening. But the only conclusion you're left to draw, since if he eats, they're mad. If he breathes, they're mad. If he walks, they're mad. If he talks, they're mad. If he's with a girl, they're mad. If he shows up at a convention, they're mad. If he stays at home, they're mad. If he goes to a little strip mall and does a signing, they're mad. If he gets a role in something, they're mad. If he does an audiobook, if he records a song, whatever he does, they're always mad that he's done anything. So literally, the only conclusion you're left to draw is that the only thing he can do is die. And they fucking keep coming after me for saying they want him dead in the ground. That somehow that is the offensive thing. It's not offensive that they want him dead in the ground. It's offensive that I said it. So anyway, we will get to there in a little bit. It's just a minor blurb. But that being said, let's hit the super chats that have come in at the beginning, and then we will go into this. Killdozer story. I hope you guys liked the short videos today. I thought they were three really good subjects. I liked all three of the videos. It was fun to do all of them. Sometimes it's like, oh God, I don't really. No, I liked all of these and how they turned out. So that was good for me. I hope it was good for you. We're gonna read all of the super chats as ASMR. Oh, you can't hear me lick the microphone. Never mind, we're not gonna. I was kidding. I was joking. Hugo Itano says, found out today that my younger cousin, who was basically my little brother, died on Wednesday, and my aunt won't tell me how he was 29. Oh, man, that sucks. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that, buddy. Prayers and peace for your family, man, and your cousin. May you rest in peace. Hillsburg, if you do that, unsub. Of course, I'm kidding. Oh my God, the ASMR is off the charts. Oh, we're also briefly. I tweeted something, and we're gonna take a brief look at a thought story. Okay, there's a thought story to cover, and it's important because this all jives in with cancel culture, with the shit that's going on, with people being deplatformed for tweets or spicy words or whatever it is. We're gonna talk about that. People being fired from their jobs over an opinion. Cinema Queen, I'm going to when we get to that segment. It's gonna be a little bit. We need more people to go ahead and fill in. Timothy Reaper says Injustice 2 decided to celebrate Pride Month by encouraging players to beat up Poison Ivy. See Memology's video, accidentally based. For more info, it's only a minute long. I wonder, I don't think Memology would care if I played its video. Let's see. YouTube. Memology101. Let's see. Accidentally based. This is 1 minute. 1 minute long. Take a peek. I like Memology. He's a good guy. Everybody should subscribe to his channel. Check out his stuff. They're really short, so they're easy to consume. Here we go. What? I can't hear shit. And neither can you, as it happens. I really don't want my... Fucking hell. Is it this one? I got too many outputs. Brother. Uh-oh. Oh no. Get wrecked.
2 hours later.
We recognize associating our latest global challenge with pride was insensitive and inappropriate. Real-life violence against the LGBTQIA plus community and women within that community is is all too common, and we should actively engage all efforts to end LGBTQIA plus violence, not normalize it. We apologize to the greater community, but especially LGBTQIA plus members. We are committed to listening and doing better. Wait, that's weird. Why are women particularly commonly victims of violence in the LGBTQ community? That doesn't seem right, because like it seems like domestic violence would happen. I thought that came from men.
You've got to be kidding. Talk about pathetic.
Okay, so there's that. Oh no. Oh no. Big F to Poison Ivy for getting wrecked. All right. Very good. Fenrir Lyko says, here's for a new mic since you clearly broke this one due to all your rages. Again, it's not the mic, it's the preamp. So this is a preamp, okay? And when you have a microphone that doesn't have a little mini jack, you got an XLR input, you need one of these bad boys because they need an extra amount of power. This thing requires 48 volts, I think, of power and of phantom power, and then it needs an amount of it has to be able to supply enough gain to the microphone so you can hear it. This microphone actually needs one of these plus a cloud lifter to get a clean amount of gain on it. So, you know, it's a pain in the dick. Please have the decency to thumbs up his vid for using it. I mean, I guess I can do that. But yeah. Colostro, I plugged in a different one. I plugged in my portable one. Which is, it's not as nice. It only has, like this one. See, this one has 2 mics, 2 inputs, so I can have a mic for me and a mic for Drexel, usually. This one I have is only one that I bring with me to Florida. All right. Rob Van Pelt says, hey, Nick, any updates in the Marvin Heemeyer case since you didn't stream yesterday? Yes, we're going to cover Marvin Heemeyer's case today. Also, did you hear Mr. Miyagi? We'll never know how Berserk should have ended since Jackie Chan has to finish it now. Yep. Yep. Andrew War Snowboard says, here's $20 for a new mic so you can boomer the tech less. Take this as a Killdozer Day gift in celebration of the precursor to the cement truck. Any Lucas Painter says, hey, Nick, my Gramps passed away today. He was an engineer who worked on rides at both Disneyland and Universal Studios. Splash Mountain and Back to the Future included. A toast, please. He was a good man. Oh, that's a good excuse for a toast. What's up, Ken? How you doing, brother? Oh, I was about to just pour this on the desk. I was going to miss my glass entirely. That would have been a disaster. No one. We'll cover the new flag in a minute. Oh, wait. To any Lucas Painter, your grandpa, may he rest in peace and pain-free. Cheers, brother. Franco Miranda says, I hope all is well, Nick. You should cover a TCPA order that was released yesterday. Was reversed and remanded, and who presided the case? Judge Chupp. Yes. By the way, and it's a colossal fuck-up. It's a colossal fuck-up. And it happened after Vic's case. And when you see what he let go through, and you realize that he dismissed Vic's, it's like this guy doesn't know the TCPA at all. He's an idiot. What a fucking disaster. Tina says, Nick probably raging because his sandwich bread wasn't cut the way he likes it. Effing weirdo. I did get a sandwich the other day while driving my friends to the airport, and they did the bread wrong again. They did the bread wrong. Pieces of trash. Okay. All right, so now we're going to talk about the story of a man. The man is Marvin Heemeyer. Let's see. Oh, real quick. So now that we have people here, we're going to be talking about the Killdozer tonight because it is the anniversary of the Killdozer. Here is my new background flag for the night. It says, don't touch Rolf's tractor. That is in honor of this momentous day. This momentous day, which is the day that this man was pushed just a bit too far. There's not an apostrophe on don't either. I don't know. I didn't make the flag. So this is the guy. This is the guy. We're going to talk about it. Look, I'm going to just use the Wikipedia article. We're going to straight up poach the Wikipedia article and look at what happened. But at the end of the day, this is a story about a man who is tired of getting dicked around by a government. We're also going to watch a clip somewhere in the middle of this Wikipedia article to break it up. We're going to watch a clip of the Killdozer in action, and it's the clip that I learned about the Killdozer from while watching TV. He killed 0 people, by the way. 0 people. Marvin John Heemeyer was an automobile muffler repair shop owner who demolished numerous buildings with a modified bulldozer in Granby, Colorado on June 4th, 2004. Proud to say that I stayed in Granby several times. Actually, not that long after this, I went to Granby, but had no idea that the Killdozer was there, that was the town. Yes, okay, you're right. One person, he killed himself. He killed himself. That's true. That's true. Wait. So they say. So they say. But Heemeyer had feuded with Granby town officials, particularly over fines for violating city health ordinances, after local officials made it financially impossible. Man, if I'm ever driving through Granby again, I hope I'm driving a car with a big flag holder so I can put this giant flag on it. After local officials made it financially impossible for Heemeyer to connect to the city's sewage system. He was subsequently fined for improperly dumping sewage from his business instead of connecting to the city sewer system. His feud came to a head on June 4th, 2004. Over about 18 months, Heemeyer had secretly modified a Komatsu D355A bulldozer by adding layers of steel and concrete intended to serve as armor. He used this to demolish the Granby Town Hall, the former mayor's house, and several other buildings. Heemeyer's rampage concluded with his suicide, so they say, after his bulldozer became trapped in the basement of a hardware store he had been in the process of destroying. Not done trashing this building. Marvin Heemeyer was born on October 28, 1951 in South Dakota, lived in Grand Lake, Colorado, about 16 miles away from Granby. According to a neighbor, he moved to town more than 10 years before the incident. His friends say that he had no relatives in Granby, Grand Lake area. John Baldry, a friend of Heemeyer's, said that he was a likable person. Heemeyer's brother Ken stated that he would bend over backwards for anyone. Unfortunately, they bent him until he broke. However, while many people described Heemeyer as an affable person, local resident Christy Baker claimed that her husband was threatened by Heemeyer after refusing to pay for a disputed muffler repair. Baker said her husband later paid Heemeyer $124 via an intermediary. What, you didn't, your husband didn't pay him? What was the threat? Pay the fucking bill? Let's see this. He has threatened my husband's life, resident Christy Baker recalled. He threatened my husband over a muffler, Baker said. She and her husband, Doug, had taken a truck to Heemeyer's shop and he installed the wrong type of muffler on it. They refused to pay, and he said they soon heard through word of mouth about Heemeyer's threat. They paid the $124 in cash using an intermediary. Then he didn't... If you heard through word of mouth, he didn't threaten you. Let's get that fucking clear right now. If you have to hear about a threat through word of mouth, not like, hey, you go tell that asshole I'm going to kill him, that's a threat, okay? But if you're just like, God, I want to kill that son of a bitch, never paid me for my muffler, that's not a threat. That's not a threat at all. That's just someone venting and you hearing about it later. Anyway, what's up, Ty Beard? BG Willia 21207 says, hey, Nick, how goes your project in getting Robert Grueller remonetized? Any progress? I've done what I can. That's all I know. It's not a project I have much hand in. I talked to my YouTube representative. They said they escalated it as far as they could on their end. What happens now is not up to me or my rep, so I'm hoping that it happens soon, but I can't do more than that, unfortunately. If I could, I would. Zoning dispute. So here's the zoning dispute. In 1992, Heemeyer purchased 2 acres of land from the Resolution Trust Corporation, federal agency organized to handle the assets of failed savings and loan associations, for $42,000 to build a muffler shop. He subsequently agreed to sell the land to Cody Doshev to build a concrete batch plant, Mountain Park Concrete, for $250,000. According to Susan Doshev, Heemeyer changed his mind and increased the price to $375,000 and then to a deal worth approximately $1 million. Some believe that this negotiation happened before the rezoning proposal was heard by the town council. 2001, Granby's zoning commission and trustees approved the construction of the concrete plant. Heemeyer unsuccessfully appealed the decision, claiming the construction blocked access to his shop. He was subsequently fined $2,500 by the town council and a city judge for various violations, including not being hooked up to the sewer line. He had initially been unable to connect to the new sewer line as the line ran 60 feet away from his property, and the city expected him to pay the nearly $80,000 cost of laying the connector. Then we get to the Killdozer. So we're going to read this section, and then we will watch the Killdozer show. Heemeyer's bulldozer was a modified Komatsu, which he referred to as the MK tank in audio recordings, fitted with makeshift armor plating covering the cabin, engine, and parts of the tracks. In places, this armor was over a foot thick, consisting of 5,000 psi quickcrete concrete mix sandwiched between sheets of tool steel acquired from an automotive dealer in Denver to make ad hoc composite armor. This made the machine impervious to small arms fire and resistant to explosives. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Oh, God. 3 external explosions and more than 200 rounds of ammunition fired at the bulldozer had no effect on it. For visibility, the bulldozer was fitted with several video cameras. This is in 2004. This is so awesome. And linked to 2 monitors. They're CRTs. The CRT monitors weigh as much as the concrete. Mounted on the vehicle's dashboard. The cameras were protected on the outside by 3-inch shields of clear bulletproof Lexan. Compressed air nozzles were fitted to blow dust away from the video cameras. This man is a genius. Onboard fans and an air conditioner were used to keep Heemeyer cool while driving. He'd made 3 gun ports fitted for a 50 cal rifle, a 308 semi-auto, and a 22 LR long rifle, all fitted with a 1/2 inch thick steel plate. Heemeyer apparently had no intention of leaving the cabin once he entered it. Authorities initially speculated that he may have used a homemade crane found in his garage to lower the armor hole over the dozer himself. Once he tipped that lid shut, he knew he wasn't getting out, Daly said. Investigators searched the garage where they believed that Heemeyer built the vehicle and found cement and armor steel. It is interesting to observe that I was never caught, Heemeyer wrote. This was a part-time project over a 1.5-year time period. He was surprised that several men who had visited the shed late the previous year had not noticed the modified bulldozer, especially with the 2,000-pound lift fully exposed. Somehow their vision was clouded. It was clouded by God. Like in Frailty, in the movie Frailty, just no one could recognize what was going on. They're like looking at it but not seeing. You know what I'm talking about? Billy Bob Thornton, they could never recognize him or identify him. God's like, hold on, I gotta see what this man is up to. All right, here we go. Here's the, this is where I first saw it. So this video is definitely going to get a copyright claim. By the way, mentioning that, the Streamlabs link in the description is the appropriate Streamlabs link. If you want to donate and avoid YouTube, you can do it there. It's streamlabs.com/Ricada Media. Also, if you want to talk about this and anything else free of censorship, you can come to my ricadalaw.locals.com community and you can talk about whatever you want. I posted that on one of my videos today and someone said, can we say the C word? Yes, you can. Someone said, can we say the N word? If that's what tickles your fancy, yes, you can. There is no censorship of your speech on locals. Now, I don't necessarily recommend you run around dropping every gamer word on the planet, but it is technically allowed. So you can come onto my locals page. You can hang out and participate in whatever discussions you want. You can talk about the Wu flu. You can talk about the election. You can talk about your erection. Whatever you feel like sharing is shareable there. Can we say Nazi? You did. You just did. So there you go. All right, here we go. Destroyed in seconds, the bulldozer rampage. This is from the Discovery Channel. This show was awesome, by the way. Back when Discovery did cool shit. This is it.
A bulldozer levels a building in Granby, Colorado. Then another.
Yeah, get it!
And another. It's part of a meticulously planned citywide demolition project.
The bulldozer went crazy.
But this plan wasn't put together by city engineers or construction workers.
Just received a 911 call reporting that there is an out-of-control bulldozer.
Yeah!
It's
Fuck
the
you,
brainchild
lamppost!
of an angry man with
Get
a grudge
ruined!
against a lot of local people and businesses.
Ah!
Who's driving it, but there is someone inside.
The man inside this armor-plated bulldozer
Stupid
is
tree.
Marv Heemeyer.
Fuck you, Arbor Day. No one cares about your dumb trees. Greta Thunberg or whatever's over there crying on the sides. So much carbon. How dare you? How dare you? Yes!
Horrified townspeople run for their lives. Heemeyer wrecks buildings and vehicles one after another. And he's ready to take on sheriff's deputies or anybody else who stands in his way.
They don't know what to do. They have no idea what to do.
Heemeyer's an accomplished welder who spent a lot of time inside a secret workshop.
Look at how he got out. He just busts through the wall like a fucking Kool-Aid man.
Yeah, it's all encased in metal, and you can't see who's driving or anything.
There, he outfitted the dozer with 2 sheets of half-inch steel plating with a layer of concrete in between.
What type do you need?
We'll take the biggest armor-piercing ammunition you have. It's not gonna help. There's nothing you can do. You need like a heavy anti-tank missile to take something like this out, and it might not even work.
On this day, he seals himself in and takes off on a violent ride. Inside his cockpit, 2 assault rifles, lots of ammo, and video monitors to help him see where he's going. A bank.
He was driving on like a 4-inch screen, like a little tiny kitchen TV screen. He's driving a tank. He's running over everything. You don't need any technology. Like the government's all worried about all this crazy tech that people are getting. This man had a bulldozer, some metal, and a plan. And he went to work. That's what they're really scared of. All the technology crap that they whine about, all the, access to assault weapons. What they're really scared of is any person with a plan. And we're going to show you. We're going to get to how terrified they were of this thing. What were the 2 assault rifles he had? They said a 50 cal and a 308, I think. Because you just call it an assault rifle. You just say whatever you want to say.
A hardware store.
Boom!
A concrete factory. Even the town hall.
Especially the town hall.
The police department.
Crunch.
The one thing all of those places have in common? Heemeyer feels he has been wronged by these businesses or the people who own them. He even exacts revenge on the home of the town's former mayor.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I hear you wanted your garage moved.
He does have armor-piercing weaponry.
Deputies and SWAT teams try everything. But even armor-piercing bullets can't penetrate Marv Heemeyer's homemade metal and concrete shield.
If you want to try to box him in.
At one point, a heavy equipment operator
Okay. Chat, I need your help. We're gonna back up a couple frames here. What is this piece of equipment? Because to me, this looks like a scraper. This looks like a scraper, right? I know one of you is a heavy equipment operator or was at some point. Is that a scraper? It's a grater. Okay. Here we go. Listen to what these fuckers say. This is even what's written in several articles. It pisses me off because I'm like, this isn't what you're saying it is.
The equipment operator decides to put a stop to the carnage. He climbs behind the wheel of his front-end loader and gets...
That's not a front-end loader. It doesn't look anything like a front-end loader. What the fuck is going on here? I just want to point this out. This is something Michael Crichton talked about. This is something Michael Crichton talked about. You read the news, you watch TV stories, you watch whatever, reporting on stuff. And when you know about a subject, invariably, you go, oh, these people are an idiot. Like, that's an idiot who wrote this story. They don't know anything about it. Right? Like, that's how it goes when you read about a subject. But then, for some reason, you go on to the next thing that you don't know about, and you're like, oh, okay, this is nice information. No, they're wrong all the time. All the time. Constantly wrong. NFF says, heavy operator here. This is definitely a scraper and not a grater or a loader. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, the graders, I believe, they have that big-ass blade that comes down from the bottom. It's like looks like a plow blade right in the middle that hangs down, and that does the grading, if I'm not mistaken. Like I said, I'm not an equipment operator. I only know a little bit because of relatives who do this stuff. But yeah, just whoo. All right, here we go.
It's set to take on the armored bulldozer. But quickly, the operator finds himself in an industrial-sized game of chicken.
Can you imagine? You brought a scraper. You brought a machine hauling a big-ass fucking thing to tear up roads. You're going to challenge my tank? You're going to challenge this tank? All right, motherfucker. Head on. Bring it. Bring it.
Heemeyer speeds ahead, aiming directly for the blockage. Realizing his intentions, the loader attempts to flee.
Yeah,
but the
run.
armored dozer gives chase.
Run, chump. Yeah!
Ramming the tractor off its path.
Get your ass out of my
speeds
way.
ahead to its next target.
So if you don't know what a scraper does, guys, a scraper has an engine that like turns the wheels, and then it has a different engine that rips up the fucking ground that they're like they use it to tear up an old road, and then they got to grind up all that shit. So you got a lot of extra pointless weight on that thing and not a ton of power in the wheels compared to something like a fucking dozer that's meant to run the shit, like push a bulldozer is meant to push the earth out of the way. Like, what are you thinking? I'm going to drive this scraper in the way. You're going to get ruined real quick.
Authorities seize the narrow opportunity, using the front loader truck to block the dozer in. The civilian operator hurries to safety. Forced to continue ahead, Heemeyer pushes his creation to the limit. The bulldozer grinds to a halt under the rubble of a steel building. Its engine has called it quits. As authorities try to get into the cab of his homemade tank, Marv Heemeyer takes his own life. It takes officers
So
several
they
hours
say.
and a cutting torch to finally get inside the cab. None of the townspeople are hurt, but the price tag on this rampage is about $7 million.
Nobody even hurt. Nobody even hurt. This man exacted financial revenge on the city without harming anyone. You got to understand, $7 million is about the entire town of Granby. Like the entire, Granby is not big. It's a couple blocks long. Oh, it's great. Oh, it's great. Okay, let's so here's the demolition. I mean, we don't need to go through this. We saw what happened. Here's the funny thing I want to get to. The fate of the bulldozer. On April 19th, 2005, the town announced the plans to scrap Heemeyer's bulldozer. Here we go. Look at how terrified they are. The plan involved dispersing individual pieces to many separate scrap yards to prevent souvenir taking. The amount of work they put in to destroying and dispersing the parts because they're so fucking scared. Why would you be scared of souvenirs? He was wrong, right? He's the bad guy of the story, right? Right? What do you need to be, what do you got to be scared of? Why would anybody take a souvenir of this atrocity? Yes, Sam says, plot of a movie. Man runs around the world gathering the pieces to revive the Killdozer man. Yeah, it's like gathering the Dragon Balls. It's like, once you gather all the pieces of the Killdozer in one spot, Martin Heemeyer comes up out of it. He goes, I will grant you one government agency destroyed. And you're like, FBI! FBI! The building just goes down. All gone. Completely redesigned to be a parking lot. ATF. ATF. Department of Education. Get him. Get him. All public schools. Oh, God. What a fucking hero. Let's see. Death says, hey, Nick, bet you didn't see this one coming. But did you know that Kentaro Miura, the creator of Berserk, died? No. Fuck. It's never gonna be finished now. Griffith wins. And also, you know what they say about guys with big feet? Your nose is about the same size as my foot. Imagine how big my feet are. Tony K says, great stream to open up a brand new bottle of Highland Park full volume. Join locals, all you crazy folk. Highland Park full volume. I've never heard of it. Is it good? I've had the 18 and the 30. All right, motivation. Let's see what we've got here. In addition to, now remember, it took him 1.5 years to build the Killdozer. This man was planning this for a while. Vine the Cold One. I've never even heard of Kentaro Miura. I didn't know he died. In addition to writings that he left on the wall of his shed, Heemeyer recorded 3 audio tapes explaining his motivation for the attack. The tapes contained 2 separate recordings on each side for a total of 6. He mailed these to his brother in South Dakota shortly before stepping into his bulldozer. Heemeyer's brother turned the tapes over to the FBI, who in turn sent them to the Granby County Sheriff's Department. Tapes were released by the Grand County Sheriff's Office on August 31st, 2004. Tapes are about 2.5 hours in length. First recording was made on April 13th, 2004. The last recording was made 13 days before the rampage on May 22nd. God built me for this job, Heemeyer said in the first recording. He also said it was God's plan that he not be married or have a family so that he could be in a position to carry out such an attack. I think God will bless me to get the machine done, to drive it, to do all the stuff that I have to do. He said, God bless me in advance for the task that I am about to undertake. It is my duty. God has asked me to do this. It's a cross that I'm going to carry, and I'm carrying it in God's name. Deus Vult indeed. Investigators later found Heemeyer's handwritten list of targets. According to the police, it included the buildings he destroyed, the local Catholic church, which he did not damage, and the names of various people who had sided against him in the past disputes. Notes found by investigators after the incident indicated that the primary motivation for the bulldozer rampage was his plan to stop the concrete plant from being built near his shop. These notes indicated that he held grudges over the zoning approval. I was always willing to be reasonable until I had to be unreasonable, he wrote. Sometimes reasonable men must do unreasonable things. How do you have like, how do you end up with a prophetic like quote of such weight? How do you get that? How do you do like you can talk for your entire life and never say something that heavy? Did you know about that line before this? I mean, in the periphery. But it's like, again, you can speak, write, sing, yell your entire life and never say something that based. Like, you have to. Anything you can end with "Thus saith the Lord" and a big book closing thump, that is when you've nailed the quote. Sometimes reasonable men must do unreasonable things. Thus saith the Lord. So, anyway, yeah, here's their story about them voting to destroy it. The town and county have been discussing for quite a while the ultimate fate of the machine. It took them a year, I think, it took them a year to decide what to do with it, to destroy it. The decision is pretty final. We have a plan put together by the Grand County Sheriff to destroy it in such a manner so we don't end up with a bunch of souvenirs going out into the world. Rude. I'll pay money for a souvenir of the Killdozer if anyone has one. If anyone has one, I'll take it. I'll take it off your hands. Yeah, 70 tons. This is a big boy. He covered it in so much steel and concrete. Oh my God. What an interesting sort of what an interesting sort of look at the relationship between a civilian and their government, right? And it's amazing. This is what scares people so much. What scares government so much. And I do have some short videos to show as well. They're from my Discord. Someone shared them in there yesterday. I gotta find them real quick. More Canadian. This is Canadian stuff. Let me pull it up here. Okay, hold on. I got to download these real quick.
Supposed to open my door.
Nope.
Supposed.
All right, so these are a minute long each. We'll take a look at in just a second. This is the thing. Tyranny is effective, but tyranny is fragile. It is a weak system that is dependent on the complicity of those it seeks to control. And this is what I think everybody forgets about tyranny, especially when we have these soft tyrannies, these little infringements. And I'm not the person suggesting people do any of this stuff, okay? Like, I'm not suggesting people fight back against the government. Look, these are, you have to weigh out your own your own life. And a lot of people who fight back against the government lose it in the face of tyranny. The civil rights movement, and before anybody takes this the wrong way, right? The civil rights movement was fighting back against the government. People talk all they want about the racist South. Jim Crow was the Southern Democrats' plan. Jim Crow was implemented and enforced by government. And it was government that they had to fight against to end Jim Crow. It was government they had to fight against to get rights in the South for black people to be equal. These were laws imposed by government rule, by Southern Democrats, to treat black people differently. So when I'm talking about fighting against the government, I mean, this does not mean violent armed rebellion or anything like that. It's mere civil disobedience in the face of injustice. And for some people, that's as simple as not wearing a mask, depending on where you are. For other people, it's much, much more. And in the 60s, with the civil rights movement, we saw two sides of this. We saw the violent side that kind of skewed towards Malcolm X, and we saw the less violent side, or the non-violent side for many of them, who skewed towards Martin Luther King. But these people were arrested like crazy. They were persecuted and prosecuted for what they were doing, because what they were doing was illegal, even if it was fighting against government injustice. But look at how terrified they were of the civil rights movement. Now we look back at it as just a thing that happened. Well, it's a march and then things changed. It wasn't a march and then things changed. It was a fight. It was a fight. The fight doesn't always go the way of the people, right? Like the Branch Davidians found out how the fight can go completely differently. The Killdozer is a different kind of fight. And these small town tyrants, right? You can, if you've lived anywhere near a small town, you know the Granby City Council. You know exactly what the Granby City Council is. You've met them. You've met them. It's the old boys club, right? Some guy named Melvin, but everybody calls him Skip or Chip or whatever. You know all of these people if you've lived in a small town. Oh, that's old Mitch Hardy. You know, he's been around for 150 years. Before him, his father was on city council. You know this shit. They're the exact same people. They all look the same. They all run around. They run some major business or utility company in town. And they will, I mean, they run your town. They run it. Like the liquor board, by the way, you want to fuck up a town, you get on the liquor board. You just stop giving out liquor licenses. See how many restaurants open up when they can't open a bar. You're done. You're done. These stories show up in popular media. Someone said this is the plot of Roadhouse. They show up in popular media because they're true. Diggstown. Great movie, by the way. Diggstown is exactly about this. These little groups of insulated business owners with too much power going to their head, then squeezing people out of their businesses, protecting themselves, but screwing over other people. And it goes all the way up to the governor level. It really does. Governors like Whitmer, Newsom, Cuomo, Walz. These guys are. But what they're afraid of is anybody just saying, no, leave. And that's what we're going to watch right now. This is allegedly up in California. Here we go. California. Canada. Same thing.
Supposed to open my door. Get off of my property now.
Leave.
Get off of my property now.
And you're not abiding
Get
by
off of my property now.
Get the fuck off.
Get off of my property now. Get off of my property now.
You are to close.
Get off. You get off. Get off. Let go of my door. Move.
Leave.
Move.
Listen to
Move.
No.
I command
fuck
you to
off.
move.
Get
off
off.
my property now. Get up. Move. Get off. Move. Move. Let go of my property. Get off my property. Get off my property.
If you approach him like that, you will be arrested.
Get off my property.
Get off.
You don't ever come back here. You're not welcome here. Get off. And don't you ever open my door again.
Off.
Sierra,
You're not
come here.
off
I
yet.
want
Get
her to-
off.
You guys go back in. I want her. What's your badge number? What's your name?
227
What is your name?
That's part one. Get off the fucking property. Get off. I didn't call you here. You're not welcome here. Leave. Leave. This is mine. You need to listen to him. Fuck you. Get off. Come back with a court order. Get off. By the way, if you want to know what is the most frustrating part of criminal defense, of especially dealing with people like Child Protective Services, CPS. They call themselves Child Protective Services. That's cute. That's cute. It's that parents don't tell them to go away. Come back with a warrant and a court order. Fuck off. Close the door. So, I don't know what business this is, but the lady says, this is a business. Of course, because she's like, you don't get to open my door. You don't get to come in here. You don't get to do that. And she's like, well, it's a business. You're open for business. She says, we're not open to the public. We're not open. Get out. And you see the squirrely little cuckold standing in the background? You're not abiding by regulations. Fuck your regulations. Go away. And you see this all the time, right? People comply with all sorts of regulations that are generally unjust. Almost every business has had to comply with like 50 absolutely insane and stupid, pointless regulations that just cost you money. Oh, you got to go get a license. Oh, you want to put a sign up? You got to get the city's permission to put a sign up. Oh, you want to hang a sign there? You have to have a special permission. Oh, wait, your sign's going to have a light? Sorry, that's a different form and a different thing. Oh, you want to build a mobile shed? Well, how big is this shed? That might interfere with the water flow. And people comply with regulation after regulation after regulation. They're so beat down. But look at what happened in Canada when the regulations they tipped the scale. They went, bam, and they smashed the scale, right? Finger on the scale, bam, we're done. And they just smashed the scale down all the way. And they said, nope, you can't have this many people in your business. They've all got to be wearing masks. You can't there's no way you could possibly do anything reasonable to protect people. You got to do this and this and this. You can't be open. You can't do business in this way. You can't do it. Finally, people have said, I comply with 50,000 fucking regulations a day. I comply with every single thing. This is too far. You're killing my business. You're killing my life. You're killing my ability to feed my children. No. And look what it is. It's the mask mandates. It's the social distancing requirements. It's the assumption that businesses are not able to have any sort of plan other than what the government says. It's stuff that you wouldn't think is a big deal, but it is a big deal. And we're being shown over and over how big of a deal it is. That people, these are Canadians. These people roll over every single day and take it and take it and take it. And we're seeing Canadians all over the place say, get out when the Gestapo shows up. This is what governments are terrified of. They're terrified of anybody saying no. That's why they send a cop with each one of these little weasels from the health department. You're not complying with regulations. Do you know what happened if they showed up? Get the fuck out of here, or no one will ever find you again. So they send a lady cop out to help out. They're so goddamn scared of this stuff. All it takes to change the government's mind. By the way, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Minnesota in general, they started rolling back those orders real fucking quick when the other states did. They didn't want to at first, and then all of a sudden, whoa, actually, no, our vaccination rates are great. We're rolling back. I went to the Mall of America the other day. It says masks strongly encouraged. Fucking nobody wearing a mask in the Mall of America. This is the Mall of Cuckmerica. It's run by Canadians. Canadians own the mall. And businesses in Minnesota are fully free to say, you don't have to, you have to wear a mask to come in. Nope. Mall of America, not doing shit about masks. Nobody is. Their people are done with this shit. It's amazing. Okay. We got a couple chats that came in here. Thank you, by the way. I did see them. I was just heated. Axelian says, when do we get the Killdozer anime series? Oh, that would be so awesome. They need a Killdozer unit in 40K. Jose Gonzalez says, hey, brother, I just got a big raise today and closed on my first house. Getting my house on money. I think you mean Monday. I feel so blessed. Have a shot with me. All my hard work is starting to pay off. Jose Gonzalez with a huge, huge super chat. Thank you so much. I'm glad you must have gotten a good deal on that house, brother. Let's do this. Let's do this. To your house, man. May you make it your home. Peace, brother. And never consent to a government official entering it. Ever. John C. Says mushroom and balls. Thank you. Sir Holy Phoenix says, my grandfather's great-grandfather passed away. My girlfriend's, sorry. My grandfather's great-grandfather. Holy shit. My girlfriend's great-grandfather passed away yesterday because of restrictions. She can't go be with her family, and this is the man that essentially raised her during her formative years. Can I get a toast and an F in chat? Of course you can get a toast. The F's in chat are up to the chat. To her great-grandfather, man. These restrictions are bullshit. They need to end. They need to end. Mega Mobas says, I just talked to Short Round. He said that if anyone is interested in the Rolf flag, that's the one behind me. If anyone is interested in the Rolf flag, contact him at Food Stamp Guns on Twitter. Food Stamp Guns, all one word. After his 4-day ban is up, he still has a stock of a few things. So there you go, guys. Food Stamp Guns is a Short Round on Twitter if you want a Rolf's tractor. No, it's not on my Teespring. Teespring doesn't sell flags. I did put up a very basic I have no sympathy for commie shirt on my Teespring. Hootskins, you wanna see it again? I'll show it one more time. There you go. There's the Rolf's tractor flag. Sounds very trustworthy. No, Short Round, trust me, Short Round delivers. Short Round delivers. All of his products have been hilarious. All of my flags that you've seen he's made. He sent me a couple plate carriers as well. He's been on the show as well. He's sells some good stuff. Good stuff. All right, let's get to video number 2 here.
Don't you ever.
Here we go. Look at that fucking smug look on her face. Just get off the lady's property. Just leave. Why are they there? That's the question that I have. Like, why are you still there? The person has told you to leave. Look, if they're going to cite them, this is the thing. If they're going to cite them for a health violation, they're going to cite them for a health violation. So just leave. Don't sit there and get yelled at. You don't catch my ass getting yelled at by anybody. I'm not going to sit there and get yelled at by some dummy. I'll just leave. Fine. Fuck you. I'm leaving.
Don't you ever open my door again.
It's a place of business.
No, it's not.
a
It is
residence.
not a walk-in.
It's not a
You
residence.
do not walk in my doors.
You are open to
You
business.
do not walk in my doors.
It's not a walk-in business. You are not walking in. No. You do not walk in my door. It's not a residence. I don't fucking care if it's a residence. You don't walk in to my property.
You do not walk in my doors ever again.
Yeah.
You hear me? You do. You do. Get off my property.
Get off.
No, I'm assaulting you.
Stop assaulting me. Stop assaulting me, okay, buddy? Stop. It. You're not being assaulted. She's telling you to get the fuck off her property. Get off the property. Hippity hoppity, yo ass off my property. Get off. No, she's told them about 50 times. If someone did this to you, if you told someone, get off my property, by the second time you tell them, get off my property, you now have a trespassing claim against them. They're trespassing in violation of the law. They're technically after the first, but definitely after the second. You have been notified. You are not welcome here. Get out! Get out! Gestapo, Nazi, communist scumbag! Get off the property. Fuck's sake. Lord of Swarm says, here is to the song that I asked you to listen to on stream. The song was Objection. Was an homage to Phoenix Wright. I am well aware you weren't able to play it, but I believe that you tried to get the okay to play it. Cheers to the boomer. Hey, thank you, Lord of Swarm. Thank you. General Woe says we have a KD unit, Killdozer unit in 40K. Gene Stealers have it, and it's called a rock grinder. I love them and converted 3 Chimera into them to pay respect. Also been following since Vic, and this is the first super chat. Thanks for all the laughs, homie. Oh, thank you, brother. Much appreciated. I'll have to look up the rock grinder from the Gene Stealers. Sounds delicious. All right, here we go.
Nobody. I'm not assaulting nobody. I'm done.
Your behavior
I'm done.
is very aggressive.
I don't.
Your behavior is very aggressive. How fucking Canadian are these people? Get off. It's not aggressive. It's defensive. It's defensive. These people, these little fucking tyrants, they think they have the license, the right to go wherever they want because they have a badge. They have some government job. So they think, oh, well, it's mine. It's not yours. It's mine. It's mine. You don't have a right to be here. Get out. Get out. She hasn't threatened a single person. Her words are loud. Her mood is elevated. She is not being aggressive. You want aggression. Aggression would be her picking up a stone and caving their head in. Aggression would be her picking up a bat and beating them to death. This is not aggression. This is not even close. These people have never seen aggression in their fucking lives if they think this is aggressive. This is defense.
She's tired.
I'm sick and tired. This is my fucking daughter. How dare you come to my place of business that I have to feed my children? I'm so fucking done. I can fucking... You don't even know what I can do to you right now.
Get out.
No. Get up. I'm tired.
Get off the fucking... Like, does this cop not understand de-escalation? Back up. Jesus Christ. Back up. Like, any sane cop, and there are lots of them out there, no, this is the point. We have no legal right to be here. We have nothing left to accomplish. We've delivered our message. We can go get a citation for this person. They haven't done anything arrestable. Now you just back up and say, all right, we will send you a citation in the mail, or a citation will be served upon you. Thank you for listening to us. You back the fuck up before this person pulls out a gun and kills you. Now it's Canada. She's obviously not packing because she's wearing skin-tight pants, so you know she doesn't have a gun lodged somewhere in there, we hope. Might be a little kinky. But, like, this is a de-escalation moment. You just back up. There's nothing to do. There's no manning up that you need to do. You're not going to sit there. What are you going to do? Take her down? You're going to arrest her for saying, get off my property? You just back it up. And they won't. Every time they've stopped. They backed up a few feet and then stopped. They never backed off the property until now. All you have to do is walk to the fucking street.
You do! Get off!
Mom.
My property! Get off!
Mom.
Hold on! Hold on!
You stay away from us.
Hold on!
Stay away from us. We're doing our job. No, your job is to...
No! Don't tell me anything! None of you guys don't tell me anything!
That's right. She's wearing a Freedom tube top or whatever. Yeah! Get it, lady! Don't tell her shit. She's not wrong. She's not wrong. That's the important part of this. She was never wrong. Like, she may be in violation. Absolutely. Send her a citation. Send her a citation. This is what cops are supposed... This is what the police were supposed to be. They cite people and they arrest them to be taken into court. This weird police become the enforcement arm of government diktat? No, they're not supposed to be that. That's not their That's not the created role of the police. That's the created role of tyranny. Who's she imminently harming right now? No one. She was doing nothing wrong until you showed up. You are the cause of it. She asked you to leave. You wouldn't. She demanded you leave. You wouldn't. Get the fuck away. This isn't someone who shot someone, who is beating someone to death. This isn't someone actively committing some dangerous felony. This is someone whose business was open. That's it. Your business is open in violation of an order, eh? Hey. Fuck off, eh? You hoser. Get out of here. No one wants to hear it, eh, buddy? Fuck off. These people, man. These people. Lord of Swarm says, I donated as promised. Side note, rock grinders and Goliaths are the bee's knees for the four-armed emperor. William Foley says, Miller versus Becerra decision came out today. Yeah, we'll probably touch on it in a minute. California assault weapons ban ruled unconstitutional. That's getting appealed. That order is getting stayed, and the Ninth Circuit is going to have its way with that order's ass, but it's great to see. It's great to see because it's right. It's right. And the order that came out today is going to be cited in the Supreme Court argument if this case goes to SCOTUS. And I fucking hope it does. It's a great case. It's a great Second Amendment case. Stop it, California. Benitez, a Bush appointee. Okay. All right, we pretty much put a nail in the coffin of the Killdozer. One more nail, one more F. A whole lot of respect. Let's take a brief look at Drake Bell, and this is going to be a pretty short little segment. Got so much to talk about today, guys. It's almost like I didn't do a show yesterday. By the way, every time I post that I'm not doing a show, a bunch of people give me a bunch of well wishes, say, I hope everything's okay. Everything is 99% of the time okay. Yesterday was date night with Lady Rackets. We're just hanging out. I was little tired, but doing a lot of shows lately, and which are always great. But I really wanted to spend some QT with the lady. So that's what we did. All right. We went out to eat, hung around, watched some TVs together. It's good times. We'll do the Vic stuff right after this. I'm wondering if we're going to get into all the stuff I have. I don't think so. I did not watch Drake and Josh. I don't know what Drake and Josh is. Do you guys know what Drake and Josh is? Anyway, Jared Bell of Drake and Josh had inappropriate chats with teen, is now charged with multiple crimes. So Drake is Jared Drake Bell, I guess. Jared Drake Bell, who played Drake in the hit Nickelodeon TV show Drake and Josh, is facing charges in Cuyahoga County. Bell, 34, is charged with disseminating matter harmful to juveniles and attempted endangering children. Fox 8 News has learned that he allegedly engaged in an inappropriate chat with the victim that at times was sexual in nature. The alleged incident happened on December 1st, 2017. Court documents show the Cleveland Division of Police was the arresting agency, but does not say when he was arrested. According to the prosecutor's office, the victim, 15, filed a report with her local police department in Canada in October 2018. The alleged incident happened on December 1st. She was probably 14 at the time, but it gets worse. Regarding an incident involving Bell that occurred the previous year in Cleveland, officials say Canadian authorities contacted Cleveland police who conducted an investigation. This is the weirdo here. Oh, look, he's conveniently standing on the wall. The investigation reportedly revealed that the victim had established a relationship with Bell several years prior. She then attended his Cleveland concert in December 2017. At that concert, Bell violated his duty of care and in doing so created a risk of harm to the victim, prosecutor's office reports. Investigation also revealed that months leading up to the concert, Bell allegedly sent the victim inappropriate social media messages. He has since been charged with attempted endangering children, a fourth-degree felony, and disseminating matter harmful to juveniles, a first-degree misdemeanor. Stop sending kids pictures of your dick. Fucking send a bullet in your brain if you think you should send a kid a picture of your dick. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's a goddamn child. What is wrong with you? This man's like 34, which means he was 30 when this is happening. You're 30. That's a kid. Kid wants to talk to you and you're 30. Hey, nope. Nah. Oh, hi, 28-year-old Drake, I guess several years prior or whatever. Do you want to talk to me? I'm 13. Nope. Quagmire had it right. Quagmire had it right. Hey, Meg, you 18 yet? Nope. All right. Just walks away. Exactly. Get the fuck out. What are you doing? Stop talking to kids. Okay, sorry. Bell's mugshot. Yeah. This motherfucker got a $2,500 bond. We have got to talk about the bail system in America. We have got to talk about it. This is a rich asshole TV star gets a $2,500 bond on a felony of attempting to endanger a child. $2,500? Really? What's a drug offender get? 30 grand? Bell, who also goes by Drain Capana on Twitter, tweeted in October 2017 that he was scheduled to play Cleveland's the Odeon Concert Club as of Friday afternoon. That tweet has been deleted. So they deleted a tweet from 2017. Good job. Pretrial hearing is scheduled for June 23rd. He's expected to enter a plea of no contest or guilty to the bill of information. Get the fuck out. Get out. Get out, Gestapo, pedophile, Nazi. That's kids, man. It's kids. All right. Let's we might save Pegston's thing for next time. Maybe. Let me see. Let me see how long it is. It's 19 pages, but we don't really need all of it. Let's see what he changed. So if you remember the problem with Pegston's initial complaint. EVS is in chat. Ask him to do a stream with me. EVS is welcome anytime. Anytime. But I know he's a busy man. He's a busy man. So I don't like to impose, but I love having him on. But you know me. I never want to impose on someone's time. So here we go. We'll do a quick look at Pegston's thing here, especially if EVS is in chat. So this is John Lamont and Preston Poulter, two guys who seem really into lolly. As far that looks like, that's my opinion. These guys seem to like lolicon a whole lot, and they seem to like selling it in a shittily drawn book that sure looks like it has fucking naked kids in it. Illustrated, of course. It's not like they're real kids, but they're illustrated. That, to me, looks like lolly. And I'll cite as evidence the name of one of the characters who is naked, being Lolita. And I'll cite as other evidence the other character, who I don't know if they're naked, but they're in sexually compromising positions with other naked characters, is admittedly 17 in the fucking text of the story. Kind of looks like lolly. Kind of looks like lolly to me. So the problem with their first complaint, according to the judge, this is a sua sponte motion by the judge, which means it's on the court's own motion. No one had to bring this up. He said, you have not laid out your $75,000 per defendant claim on this case. So now I'm going to reiterate my initial issues with this case. Pegston is a citizen of Texas. Lamont is a citizen of Florida. This is brought in the Northern District of Texas. There's nothing wrong with any of this right now. The next part, though, DA Talk is California, Vicky is New Mexico, and EVS is New Jersey. None of those are Texas, and nowhere in this complaint or the last complaint do they say how Texas has jurisdiction over a single defendant. They don't allege that the defendants reached into Texas. They don't allege that the defendants interfered with the Texas contract or made defamatory statements in Texas or directed them to Texas. They don't allege that they called Texas or wrote Texas or took out ads in Texas or only made their broadcasts available in Texas. Nothing in this complaint alleges any personal jurisdiction over these three parties. This is a failure of a complaint. That alone, we saw it in the Heemeyer case, we saw how it was argued, and we saw the differences. Wade called Texas. He picked up a phone, he dialed the number of a Texas company with a Texas area code, and he called and interfered in a Texas contract. And then he said statements in Texas at a convention in Houston, Texas, statements about Richard Heemeyer. The court refused to hear any of the claims about any of the statements he made while not in Texas. Why? There was no direction to Texas. There's nothing Texas has to say about any of this. Sorry, you don't get to just group a bunch of defendants together because you want to. And you don't get to group two plaintiffs together because they're gaily touching each other. Neither of those things work in court. That's why each of them has to show $75,000 of harm. They'll each also have to show how any of these people should be hauled into Texas. And they've got the other problem of all of this is bullshit anyway, because they're definitely into lolly and selling lolly. It's in their own words. It's in the words of the fucking campaign. And Preston and Lamont are doing this to abuse the legal system to try and cost the defendants money because they're fucking babies about it. If you don't want to be known as people who want to sell lolly and seem to like lolly, maybe stop saying you like lolly, because I've seen the screenshots of those things, Lamont, and maybe stop selling a comic book that is fucking lolly with a character named Lolita and another underage character involved in sexual situations. Maybe just don't do that. It's simple. Name her Jan. Say she's 30. Make the other character 18. Done. Victory. But that wouldn't be titillating, would it? That wouldn't attract the lolly crowd, would it? It's drawings. It's art. You can make it look however you want. Just say they're fucking 18. Don't name them Lolita. This is the easiest job. You have one easy job. Don't be a fucking pedophile. That's it. You wake up in the morning, you go, oh, what's on my calendar today? I know. I won't be a pedophile. Simple. Oh my God, everybody does it all the time. Jesus Christ. How hard is this? All right. So now they are alleging that each plaintiff has suffered $75,000 or more in damage. All right. Poulter. So the defendant's defamatory, this is new stuff. Defendant's defamatory remarks and conduct damaged Mr. Poulter's comic business, which is a focus on revenue generation on the crowdfunding site Kickstarter. During Mr. Poulter's most recent campaign on Kickstarter, former customers refused to support him, citing his association with a pedophile. The overall performance suffered a 20% drop in the average funding contributions from the last major campaign in November of 2020. Let's see. What was that called? Kickstarter. Preston Poulter. April 6, 2021. Is it Guinevere and the Divine Factory? Well, Jesus Christ. They've got a succubus thing going. Look, if they're not pedophiles, they've got an overwhelming, ridiculous fixation on succubi. It's getting embarrassing. But here we go. Here's what I wanted. So this is, remember, they're alleging $75,000 in damage, right? That's what we're doing here. The overall performance suffered a 20% drop in the average funding contributions from the last major campaign. So we've got how much damage? $5,545. Now, if you know math, you know when you have a 20% loss from an original amount, to get back to that, you take the new amount and you multiply it by 1.25. You have to have a 25% gain. This is simple math to figure this out. If you have 10 and you have a 20% loss, that gets you to 8. And to get back to 10, you need a 25% gain. You need 2 of 8, 1/4 to get back to 10. So we take some math here. We go 5545 times 1.25 equals 6931.25. Now we go minus 5545 equals. All right. So we're well on our way to $75,000. We've got now $1,386.25 in tangible damages. Okay. Back to this. Preston Poulter's income stream has been negatively impacted by defendants' defamatory remarks and conduct. Plaintiff Preston Poulter projects $25,000 in lost revenue this year and at least $75,000 over the next 3 years. Wait a minute now. Wait a minute now. How has he lost $25,000 in revenue? If he's going to lose $25,000 in revenue, that means he was planning on making what, $100,000, I guess, right? Roughly in revenue from these books. Where is he running 20 campaigns this year? Where how many campaigns does Preston run per year? How much? This reeks of bullshit to me. How many? Wait, I know. We have an opportunity to look, don't we? We can just look at Preston Poulter on Kickstarter. Wait a minute. He has created only 17 total? 17 total Kickstarters? Ever? So he's got 17 of them, but he's going to do 2015 unsuccessful. When was this one? I don't think he did 17 last year, did he? I think he's got, I think he does maybe a couple a year. I don't think this is accurate. You're right, Wolvenar. Yes, 25,000 is 20% of 125,000. So yes, he has to have, according to his calculations, $125,000 in revenue, of which he would lose 25,000. So he'll still make $100K to lose that $25,000 in a year. I would ask for some numbers. The top one is the most recent, over 10K made on it thus far, says Spectre. Let's see. Okay, so this is number 4, Mega Campaign. So this one we've got 10,171. That's good. Congratulations. This one we've got 3,600. Okay, on the next one. This one we've got White Lily. This one's got 5,400. Maybe some copyright issues here, but, you know, who knows? This one, we've got, how much is this one? This one is, this one's 11,000, so this one's doing good. How many of these fucking things is he doing? So this one's 4,300. Does he just keep selling the same books over and over? I don't understand how this works. This one was 6,700. This one, double size limited edition. How many of the? This one's 3,800. So we've got a variety. We've got, 3,000 on up to $11,000. I still am not buying that he's going to lose $25,000. All right, here we go. Mr. Poulter typically attends comic book conventions and gatherings to generate additional sales and exposure. He's already been cautioned about going and has fears for his safety due to the personal attacks. Allowing $400 per day for additional securities at these events would cost Mr. Poulter at least $14,000 through the rest of 2021. Who cautioned you? He's been cautioned by who? Have you been threatened? What's the caution? These people haven't caused you to buy additional security. Oh, hey, we hit 1,000 likes. Uh-oh. We got to have 1,000 likes. Drink. Cheers to the chat. Always making this show fun to do and very, very interesting. He's currently at an RPG convention right now, and he's tweeting about it. No security in sight. Wait, is he at the convention that Ty's at? He's not at the North Texas. Is Preston in Texas, Spectre? Is he at the North Texas Comic Convention? He is in Texas. Oh, no. Ty, run. Ty, watch out. All right, here we go. So apparently he's going to pay 14 grand through the rest of 2021. He has experienced and is suffering significant stress, or experiencing significant stress, lack of sleep, vexation, anxiety, and worry, which have prompted him to seek psychological evaluation treatment that already costs him $1,500. His lawyer got him on this. This is very, very important step. If you're going to claim emotional damages, you better get to a fucking shrink. Preliminary estimates call for weekly therapy over the span of many years with no guarantee of recovery. Allowing $275 per hour for a qualified therapist puts Mr. Poulter's mental health costs at $41,250 for the next 36 months. Law Macaw, everybody in LA has these damages, but not in Texas. Plaintiff Preston Poulter will incur additional and heightened expenses for public relations to overcome and repair the damages to his reputation and businesses due to the defamatory statements in an amount to be determined through an expert witness. I can't wait. I can't wait for the expert witness. Preston has experienced pain and mental anguish this year, has been prevented from being able to conduct daily life functions. Preston will continue to suffer pain and mental anguish for a long time into the future, especially since the defamatory remarks have been disseminated to a large part of the community of comic book professionals and enthusiasts. Seeks in excess of $100,000 in mental anguish damages for the devastating and reprehensible unfounded accusations of defendants. Damages to his reputation also exceed $100,000. I mean, okay. Lamont first launched his comic, The Demonatrix, on March 1st with projected sales of 5,000. On the same day the comic was launched, DA Talks and Vikiverse began an intense campaign of denigration and vilification of Lamont, calling him a pedophile. Comic book sales immediately stalled. I mean, if it's on the first day, you can't determine that they stalled because you don't have a basis to say they were climbing. Some prospective customers refused to support the campaign, citing allegations of pedophile. Poor sales forced the campaign's cancellation. I mean, they were really poor sales. He raised $24, man. You had five backers? Whoa. Ricky Green. Huge super chat. Says, longtime fan, first super chat. Thanks for the nightly streams. Also, just signed up on Patreon. Sipping Tullamore Dew tonight. Have a great weekend from DFW. Ricky, thank you for signing up on Patreon. Much appreciated. If you'll see, there is a note on the Patreon that you should switch over to locals if you want access there. But DM me, buddy. And I can talk to you about that if you want. If you want to stay on Patreon, that is fine. But locals will get you even more access and more exclusive content. So, but yes, I much appreciated. Thank you so much for the huge donation and also for the Patreon pledge. I do see the notification on it, and it's really, really appreciated. But yeah, man, awesome. Okay, we got a couple more chats here. We've got Niku Yasha says, I hear showers are good for this kind of stuff in Germany. Uh-oh. Alabaster Scarf says, Nick, have you seen Judge Lee's ruling on Bresenio versus Henderson? The Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker being bad is now a matter of law. Yes, I did. That was very, very funny. Smug Pug says, Preston lied in that, Nick. He was bragging his latest campaign made over 10K, had 315 backers on Guinevere number 4 on Kickstarter. But apparently it's 20% lower than his other one. So even so, 20% is a nice even rate. You can apply it to all of his Kickstarters so far and say, what are the 20 you have planned this year? Cannot prove up those damages at all. Despite having previously approved the Demonatrix for their platform, Kickstarter rejected it upon resubmission by Mr. Lamont. Oh no! Kickstarter declined to approve his new Brook project, Angel of Darkness. Defendants' defamatory statements have chilled all future sales opportunities for John Lamont because Kickstarter has shut him out with unprecedented demands. What are the demands? As a result of defamatory statements, Kickstarter has now also rejected his next comic book project, Angel of Darkness. These guys just churning out books? Holy fucking hell. Defendants' defamatory statements have chilled all future sales opportunity because Kickstarter has shut him down with unreasonable demands. What are the unreasonable demands? Based upon Mr. Lamont's projections of 4 to 5 comics per year, Mr. Lamont will suffer a loss of approximately $25,000 in annual sales and at least $75,000 for the next 3 years. I mean, you had $24. You projected $5,000, but you have $24. I mean, come on, man. As a result, he has experienced significant stress, anxiety, sleeplessness, headaches, stomach pains, and a racing heart. He's been unable to participate in the comic community without suffering from heart palpitations and anxiety. Did you go to shrink? You better go to a shrink. Go to a doctor. What are you doing? You got to go to a doctor. John Lamont is kept to himself for fear of his safety. He's isolated himself and stopped going out for fear of his life. He experienced anxiety attacks on those occasions where he did go into town, as well as the shortness of breath and accelerated heart rate. 4 people know who you are. He suffered from many sleepless nights, has resorted to involuntary stress eating. Oh, no. You know what? I'm on their side now. I'm on their side. I'm on John Lamont's side, and I'm on Preston's side. No more fatsos. We got to stop this. He's involuntary eating. He's shoving food compulsively down his fucking gullet. Stop. No more fat mads. Only skinny mads. Is John Lamont at the same convention? Woo. He's incurred medical expenses. He's also... how much? What medical expenses? For what? He's also been forced to keep to himself for fear that others who are not in the comic community will learn of the defamatory comments. Wow. Fears for his personal safety. After he was doxxed, he had to notify local sheriff's department because he fears that he will be harmed and fears for the safety of his family members. In addition, it is typical for comic book authors to attend trade gatherings to promote additional and future sales. He's afraid to attend the upcoming show. Which upcoming show? The upcoming show. The upcoming show. Due to fears he will be ostracized, assaulted, and fears for his personal safety based upon the defamatory statements. Look, I've seen comic book artists. They're not assaulting anybody. These guys are rolling around like the old ones from fucking Warhammer Fantasy. It's a bunch of fat lizards and rascals. They're not assaulting shit. They're assaulting a buffet. John Lamont expects a loss of sales due to not attending conventions and meetings of approximately $5,000 to $10,000 per year. Will incur additional damages and heightened expenses for public relations. Had to pursue counseling and will have weekly visits. His therapist charges $160 per hour, and his expected cost for therapy is approximately $24,960 for the next 3 years. He is experiencing symptoms of PTSD that come on suddenly, such that he cannot function as he has in the past. Experienced pain and mental anguish this year. This is the fucking bullshit. This is why people hate lawyers. This guy's reputation was not worth $150,000 to begin with. Who are you? $150,000 in mental anguish damages. What? Who are these people? Nobody knows who any of these people are. But anyway, this is the main claim. The rest of the document's about the same. They added in some bullshit fluffery to try and get the $75,000. If I were the defendant's lawyers, which I'm not, and they have to do this on their own. But if I were the defendant's lawyers, I would demand a hearing or something on these damages. I would demand proof of it. The court generally has to takes the allegations of the damages that are presented to it, right? I would do some maths, some very tricky mathematics on those Kickstarter campaigns and go, wait a minute, last year he put out 7 campaigns. Of the 17 he's done forever. I don't know if it's 7, but whatever. He's done 17 campaigns in total. He's talking about a 20% loss leading to $2,500. How many campaigns does he plan to do this year? 20% losses on last year's campaigns comes out to this amount. This is not enough. They're bullshitting these fucking numbers. He said he's pursued therapy, but he says due to an alleged number of $275 per hour for the psychiatrist. Why is the other guy's $160, and why does the other guy know how much his psychiatrist costs? But Preston, who's attending therapy, apparently doesn't know how much a psychiatrist costs. Like he's just speculating what it would cost. What's going on here? Prove these fucking numbers. Put up the receipts. Put up the receipts. But in general, they still don't have jurisdiction on this. Should be a motion to dismiss on all of these for lack of personal jurisdiction. But I bet none of these people have actually even been served yet. You got to get served before you have to respond to a complaint, and you got to be served properly. Once they're served, they should just assert very quickly a lack of personal jurisdiction. None of these people have sufficient ties to Texas to bring them into court, as far as I know. I don't know if any of these people have even ever been to Texas. And if they have, it wasn't related to this event. And none of the events alleged have anything to do with the state of Texas. None of them are directed at the state of Texas. Broadcasting something into the void is not sufficient for personal jurisdiction. Never has been. Pray to God it never will be. Because it is fucking bullshit to use the legal system in this way. Absolute garbage. All right, we got a big justice chat here from Pegged Preston. It says, stop laughing at me and my pedo fatso friend, or I will sue you, Nikki. Watch out. I mean, do so at your own peril. That would be a stupid fucking move. I'll make fun of you all day. All day. I'll make fun of you in the fucking filings. Did I see EVS's comment above? Oh, there he said, no. Nope. Nope. Oh, there he is. He says, have not been served. Fact. Yeah. And we'll wait to see what happens with that. But it really sucks that DA Talks and Vickyverse and EVS will likely have to, have someone defend them in some way. And this is bullshit. It's a complete abuse of the legal system, and they should be fucking ashamed. All right. I don't know if we're going to get to Quinton's thing tonight. Let's quickly talk about Vic. And then if we can get to Quinton's thing, we'll do it. But I don't think we're going to get through it. While I do that, did you guys hear? So I was super happy because I won a Newegg shuffle today, which is really fucking weird. Like it's pretty rare. I thought it was rare to win a Newegg shuffle. And then I think, though, that a bunch of the card that I got just got released because there seemed to be some available. So I felt less special, but I still did win a Newegg shuffle. And I have a Radeon 6900 XT coming on Monday. All right, let me see if I can find this. Okay. Here is the fat mads being really fucking fat and mad. Let's see. Here we go. Almost there. Wanted to see if there was a better picture I could zoom in on. Let me see if I can find it here. Here we go. Oh, this will be perfect. I don't even have to pull up this chump's tweet. So here we go. Here is Vic. Vic and his girlfriend. And again, I want to point out, I do not think I would not have had my girlfriend on the stream if I was Vic. I wouldn't have done that just because these people are fucking animals. They went after his last girlfriend. They sent nasty messages to her. They did a bunch of bullshit to his last girlfriend because they hate him. They want him dead. They hate everything about him. So he brought his girlfriend on. I wouldn't have done it. But he did. He's his own person. He does not need to live his life by Twitter. But here she is. She's a very pretty young woman. Very pretty young woman. She's there with Vic. And I have not met her. I'm told she's very, very nice. But here's the problem. She's a pretty young woman. They cannot countenance the idea that Vic can get a pretty young woman. It hurts them. It hurts them. She's They don't know what to do. Now, why don't they know what to do? Let's see if we can figure out why some of these people might be mad that Vic is with a pretty young woman. I wonder why this collection of peak humanity would be upset about this. I wonder why Mike fat boring fucking Dumpy Dumford or A Park the androgynous blob or that fucking wolf boy from Australia who looks like a balding gay. I wonder why any of these people would be mad that Vic, who is in his late 50s, I think, is able to attract the attention of a young, pretty woman. I legitimately don't even know if that's a man or a woman. I don't know what that is, but it's fucking horrifying. So why would this gaggle of peak masculinity be mad about Vic's girlfriend? Oh, I don't know. That's Tucson. She looks even worse than I than the other picture. God's hideous. Here's the problem. This is attractive people. This is law Twitter. Summarized, serialized, and distributed 2021. Fat, ugly, dumpy, sad sacks of humanity. Or relatively attractive people. There's not much else to say on this subject. Attorney Tom. First thing I hear when I get on the stream, this is law Twitter. No, Attorney Tom, legitimately, that literally is law Twitter. I'm not joking. Every one of those people identifies as and posts incessantly on law Twitter. That is what it is. Those are all people. You can trace them back to their law Twitter identities. If I spent some time, I could tell you who every one of them was. It's embarrassing. So they're mad. They're very mad. I wish Vic all the best. I wish his girlfriend the best. I've not talked about her or anything because I don't want to draw any attention to her. You know, he has put her out there on his Twitch stream, which, you know, he can't live his life by these people. He cannot. But it goes to my point. It goes to my point. These people are mad when he's with a girl. They're mad when he's not with a girl. They're mad when he's at a convention. They're mad when he's at home. They're mad when he's at a store. They're mad when he's out in public. They're mad when he tweets. They're mad when he streams. They're mad when he does anything. They're mad when he gets a voice acting role. They're mad when he gets an audiobook. They're mad when he does anything. The only thing that will not make these people mad, these obsessive, gross, disgusting monsters, all huffing in fucking easy cheese all day, clearly, the only thing that will make them not mad is him dead in the ground. And for evidence of that, I cite literally every time he breathes, they're mad. They don't even know him. But again, it's my problem for pointing it out. I'm the bad guy for saying they want him dead. So anyway, let's take a quick look at this Quinton Flynn hearing. This is 49 pages. There's no way we get through all of this. Maybe we'll make it a segment and just do it on a couple different shows. Let's get the intros out of the way, okay? All right. Fujimura Pantsu says, "Yo, Rackets, did you hear that California's assault weapon ban got overturned today? There's a 30-day stay in place, but it's a big win for the Second Amendment fans." Yes, it is a big win. It's going to get probably overturned by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. I'm guessing. If it doesn't get overturned by the Ninth Circuit, it's going to get a rehearing en banc and get overturned by the Ninth Circuit en banc. And then hopefully it'll go to the Supreme Court in like 5 years. It'll be stayed the entire time. But when it finally goes to the Supreme Court, the language of this decision, which I'll be covering very, very soon, the language of this decision, which cites directly to Heller and cites to Miller, should be used specifically because it's good stuff. It's good stuff. All right. So the redactions and underlines in this document were done by the defendant. So this is Quinton Flynn, and here we go. We're on the record, Flynn versus defendant. We are set today on a protective order hearing. So Quinton Flynn is asking that this crazy lady be kept away from him. Interestingly, it was set with who cares? That's a scheduling issue. Sir, state your name. Quinton Flynn. So that is the petitioner with Mr. Y. Ma'am, state your name. I'm Kristen whoever. What's the fucking... They don't have her name listed down? Oh, Jesus. And that is a respondent. I have reviewed the petition a couple of times. I've read this. It lays out 1, 2, 3, 4 incidents. One in July 2019, November 2020. Another in November, late November 2020. One in December 21st, 2021. Petition was filed January 4th, 2021. Set today for a hearing. Mr. Wyatt, your motion. Please call your first witness. They call... would you like actual witnesses or is a summary presentation acceptable? It says, I think this is great. I think we have to call witnesses. With this many people here, I got to hear what's happening. So he's got an audience in the court. And he wants the witness. Yeah. He says he wants the witnesses. Says he calls Quinton Flynn to the stand. He tells a bunch of shit about masks, and then he says you're under oath. Okay, so Mr. Y says, thank you, Your Honor. Can you please tell us your name for the record? Quinton Flynn. Mr. Flynn, what state do you currently reside in? Ohio. What is your occupation and profession? Voice actor. What is a voice actor? Okay. So he's going through this, and the court, I love this. So this is a required thing. You have to lay foundation for all of this stuff. And the court says, I don't care about the foundation. Get me to the juice. Get me to the juicy stuff. Hold on, time out. We got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 witnesses. I don't need this background. Let's just move on. Okay, Your Honor. Let's just jump right into what's going on here. All right. Do you know a woman by the name of Kristen whatever? Yes. Have you ever met her in person before? No. When did you first start interacting with her? March 2019. How was it you started interacting with her? The internet. Thereafter, did you have, I guess, an online relationship with her? Yes. Was it strictly online? Yes. Did you ever meet in person? No. Never went on a date? Never. Never held hands, kissed her, or anything? No. But did you consider it an online relationship at that time? Yes. Approximately when did that online relationship end? Beginning of July 19th, 2019. Prior to this relationship, was it made known to you in regards to how Miss Blah 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 felt about you? As a fan, or do you mean intimately? in any way? Yes. Was she a fan of yours? Yes. Did she tell you that she was a fan of yours for years? That's a good question. I believe she was a fan for a long time. Yes. In July 2019, when did this online relationship ended? How did it end? Well, it ended as honestly and amicably as it could be. You felt it was on good terms? Yeah. And in fact, even after the relationship ended, she continued contacting you and said some nice things to you, correct? That is correct. Posted some things on the internet on her tweets and emailed you some nice things apologizing, correct? Correct. May I approach Judge? Masks on. Just want you to have court exhibit 1. Has Blank seen it? I will give Miss Blank a copy of this. Will you identify what this is for the record? Yes, Judge, this is a packet of information, screenshots, emails, various things, which I will go over with Mr. Flynn in a very short, brief period of time. So now he is saying, here's this packet of things. We're going to go through this. You need to have this stuff. Mr. Flynn, can you look at Exhibit 1 for us? Just briefly. You don't have to examine it. Just need you to identify what those documents are in general for me. Yeah, emails between myself and Crazy Lady. Moving on to the other materials in that packet. No, the other documents. I apologize. Okay, just generally. Yeah, we're going to be here all day if you have to go through. Sorry, just generally. Screenshot from Miss Rose, Miss Blank that I'm looking at now. Her positive comment. That was in August 2019. September 19 from Miss Blank. Stay safe and well, smiley face. Another from her saying how her story started messaging about one of her videos. She made a comment on Instagram. This is where she begins to tell her story. Now, just for the court's sake, have you seen those documents before? Yes. Are they all documents that you have looked at relating to her? Yes. If I could have some of those back. Is it your understanding that after July, everything was fairly amicable between you and her? Yes. Do you have any significant interactions with her following that up until, let's say, the middle of 2020? There was some contact in November 2019, I believe, or maybe it was a little before then. Now, when you had your online relationship with her, did you talk with her via phone, email, other kinds of communications? During the relationship? Yes. Yes. Did you share intimate things with her? Yes. Did she share intimate things with you? Yes. Did you send and receive nude pictures and things of that sort? Yes. Did you engage in what people would consider phone sex or sexing or things of that sort? Yes. Guys, don't do it. Don't sext ever. Never. When I worked for corporations, you know what they always said? Like, imagine that every email that you send might show up in a court document. Every sext you send. Every dick you bend. Don't do it. It's all going to show up in court someday. Don't do it. Stop sexting. Stop it. Did you... Moving forward, something changed in 2020, correct? You got married. Yes. Is your wife sitting in here today? Yes, she is. She came in with you and she's sitting pretty much in front of you. That's correct. When did you start dating your wife? What is your wife's name, by the way? Something Flynn. When did you start, I guess, dating your wife? End of September of 2020? That's correct. When did you guys get married? October 1st. Damn. That was a fast fucking whirlwind relationship. Wow, very quick wedding. Had you known her prior to getting married? Yes, we had met 2 years prior. We were friends. So you had known her for a couple of years then. Oh, they forgot to put a Q there. This should be on the next line. Transcript fuck up right there. That should be from a question. Yes, nothing romantic though, just friends. So then in the beginning of October 2020, you and Miss Flynn got married in what state? In Nebraska. Were you contacted by whoever around October, November? My wife was. How did she get in contact with her? Via Instagram, I believe, or it might have been Twitter, one of those two profiles. After that, then, did things start to spiral out of control? Yes. Miss Blank has a Twitter account, correct? Yes. Is that Twitter account Christy whatever? Well, she went under Chrissy whatever under Twitter, and also at Beware Q. Beware Q Flynn. She had multiple Twitter accounts. That's correct. Look, if you have multiple Twitter accounts, you're already bordering on crazy. Did she put on that Twitter account information about your relationship and your intimacy with her? Yes. Did she post text messages, screenshots of messages, audio files, video files, that sort of thing? Yes. And these are things you shared with her and only her, correct? Correct. Guys, don't sext. Ever. It wasn't something you put on there for the internet for other people to see and read and hear, correct? Correct. May I approach? I don't think your Exhibit 1 has a sticker on it. I can put one on there. Eventually, Miss T, I'm going to need these. I can put one on there for you. I'll put the sticker on for you, Judge. I'll put the sticker on for you, Judge. A-Wig, I stand by my statement. Mr. Flynn, I've handed you what's earmarked Exhibit number 2. Can you tell the court generally what those documents are? These are tweets from her about me showing screenshots from our private conversations. Was a private conversation. No one saw my dick. And talking about me and blocking other people who are coming after me to beware of Quinton Flynn account. And she finds it funny. Then she has a documenting hundreds of people that I've blocked that she knows about. So this is all approximately after you got married. Is that correct? Yes. Anything like this happened before you were married of this nature with regard to this lady? Nothing of this volume, but she did start something in November of 2019. Some platforms that she stopped shortly thereafter. So from November 2019, she stopped on some communication, but then started back up in 2020. November 2020. Yes. Is this when she started this Twitter account called Beware Quinton Flynn? That's correct. And in your experience with her, she's had multiple accounts, hasn't she? Yes, she has. She had the Chrissy account, Beware Quinton Flynn account. She had the Edith and a bunch of other accounts, correct? Correct. A bunch of accounts. She would contact you or others that you know through these accounts. Yes. Post information about you and to you on those accounts. Yes. And family members. Now, with these accounts, she communicated with you. Me and my family, yeah. Now, I've learned a lot about the internet communications in the last few days. When you communicate with someone, let's say on Twitter, you put at Quinton Flynn, what does that mean? It means you're sending a message to them. Not true. That's not true at all. You are given a notice on Twitter that someone has written about you, correct? Yes. You received these notices from her account many, many times. It's a ballpark of how many times you've received those notifications starting from approximately October, November till present. Well, my name is mentioned over 4,000 tweets. You've seen her Twitter account, correct? Yes. You've seen that she had over 4,800 tweets concerning you, correct? Correct. You've looked at the content of the Twitter account. Yes. Is it mostly about you? Yes. Would it be safe to say it's pretty much exclusively about you? Yes. Have you seen on that account why she's doing this? Why? Does she say she's doing all this? Or why does she say? She's hurt and angry and defensive herself, and she claims to be the others. She's jilted about a relationship online that you had with her back in 2019. Yes. In addition to contacting you, 4,800 tweets, guys. 4,800 tweets. Are you aware of her contacting others? Yes. Has she contacted your wife? Absolutely. Has she contacted your mother? Yes. Has she contacted someone else's mother? Yes. Is that information that you shared with her personally? With Miss Blank? That information of who your mother is and how to contact her and things like that? She knew who my mother was, but I didn't show her how to contact her. No. Somehow she got through to your mother. Yes. On this account, approximately November of 2020, I happen to see some indications about a cartoon. Uh-huh. Are you familiar with this cartoon that was created? Yes, the murdered cartoon of me. I'm handing you what I've earmarked, Exhibit 3. Are those tweets of her Twitter account that reference this murder cartoon? Yes, they are. Tell me generally what this murder cartoon was all about. I think they're for Axel, and Axel kills a character named Vexen. And this is my character, Axel, killing me, Quinton Flynn. And Miss Blank really wanted to make an animation of Axel, in her words, exploding Q, like he did with Vexen. Seriously. Well, this is on paper. There's a video of that cartoon in action, correct? There is. If I remember correctly, it's approximately 1 minute and 15 seconds long. Yes. And in there, it has a cartoon character, Axel, who you voice, correct? Is a caricature cartoon figure that depicts you in there? Yes. Character is called Quinn or Q? Yes. In there, Axel kills Q. Correct. Those are tweets that she posted on there praising this cartoon, asking people to support this person who created the cartoon killing you, correct? Yes. In addition to that cartoon, she put out audio files of communications you had with her personally, correct? Ah, God, these hoes ain't loyal. That's correct. One of them, I believe, is searchable on YouTube if you search your name, right? It was available on YouTube, then they took it down. Now it's private, embedded. It has been provided for the public. Miss Blank, via her Google Docs, has also been deleted from her account, Beware Q Flynn. It's also blah, blah, blah out there. Probably archived. Without going too much into graphic details, what essentially does this audio file, video file contain? Audio of me pleasing myself sexually to her, for her in a fantasy sequence. Guys, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. Yeah, get it. Get it. Oh, yeah. You gotta stop. Don't do it. Don't do it. Woo. Now, in addition to contacting yourself and both of your mothers, are you aware of her contacting other people? Yes. One of them's in the courtroom today. Is that correct? Yeah, it is correct. Her name is Blank. She's also contacted other people, like this person named Holly. Yep. Hand you what I marked for exhibit number 4. I do. Would it be safe to say those are tweets between Miss Blank and Miss Holly, a friend of yours? Yep. Reading the text of it, it appears Holly is asking her to stop contacting her about you, correct? Yep. Has Blank done with other people that you know? Yes. Friends? Yes. Even people in your professional life? Yes. Now, we've talked a little bit about your personal life and how she imposed herself upon you. What about professionally? Are you aware of her attempts to try and attack your voiceover voice acting profession? Yes, I am. How has she done so? Spectre, what are you doing? Contacting companies that I have worked for, which is Disney, Square Enix, Something Entertainment, petitioning them to fire or replace me. What does she tell them as the basis which she would like you fired or replaced? She claims that I'm a sexual predator, pedophile, a sex pest, a groomer of fans for sexual pleasure. This is the MO. This is the MO. This is what they do. It's always the same thing, right? That person's a sex pest, a pedophile, a groomer. Handing you what's been marked as exhibit number 5. Can you just tell me generally what those documents are? Yes. One is Beware of Quinton Flynn. Ms. Blank was thrilled that I was not invited to an online panel of the Metal Gear, which is a cast I'm a member of. She found it funny. She says to the company Square Enix, she can only hope that when the next Game of Hearts, I think they mean Kingdom Hearts, comes up, which is a series I'm part of, would mean a lot to what she calls the victims to never have to hear my voice at the characters they love again. This again is such fucking bullshit. And this is the language. It's a language they've developed. It's a language that they have developed specifically. Also showing documents that I'd sent to the FBI Cybercrimes Division. She adds she's going to court with me and rejoices in this attention. She liking me to James Woods. She starts going to some blank personal attacks. These are some of the companies that you work with him for. Did you mention something of this panel you weren't part of? Something that you would normally be a part of? Yes. Happened after November 2020, correct? Yes. These tweets here talk about Square Enix, Riot Games, Blizzard Entertainment, Disney. These are all companies that would hire you to do voiceovers and be part of their games and whatnot? Yes. Now, all this has caused you to reach out to the authorities? Yes. You mentioned it just a little bit ago. You reached out to the FBI? I did. What about local law enforcement? Did you reach out to the police department in your neighborhood? Yeah, blank police department, the detective division. You also reached out to a different police department. Yes, I was in contact with the detectives of the police department who suggested we file with Homeland Security ICE Division for Cybercrimes and said he was going to be bringing in Miss Blank for questioning. Police report generated from the police department. Correct. I apologize here. Oh, okay. You apologize here? But also, I contacted the FBI and they had me file with their IC3 online division for cyber stalking, cyber crimes of harassment. I apologize, Your Honor. I'm going to show this to Miss Blank here. 1 second. My assistant omitted making copies or I misplaced those copies. Please take a look at it. She says, okay, thank you. While she's looking at it, I'll see if I can find the copies. How many copies do we need? Just 2, I suppose, Your Honor. Miss Miriam, please make the copies for us. Back to the direct examination. I think it's IC3, not ICE, which is like Internet Computer Cyber Crimes or whatever. Something like that. Mr. Flynn, I'm handing you, it's been marked as Exhibit 6. Can you tell us what it is? Police report through the Mayfield Village. It was filled out by Officer Doofy and the detective's account, as well as statements of myself and Miss Flynn. So you and your wife went to go speak with the detective? To the officers? Yes, absolutely. They advised you that they reached out to her? Yes. That was in December 2020, correct? Around that time period, did the police department issue some sort of protective, what do they call it, protective listing? Or they were a protective blank on my mother's phone, a protective order to keep us on a watch for potential intruders. Were you and your wife afraid of potentially having your intruders, specifically her, come to your home? Yes. Were you afraid of having her come to your mother's home? Absolutely. Is that why you went to contact the police department? Yes. Is that why you also contacted the other police department? Yes. Now, shortly after this incident, she tweeted about the whole incident, correct, with the police department? That is correct. My reading of it, essentially, she's making fun of the police officer and questioning his authority and why he's doing this. Is that right? That is right. And the detective, blank, making fun of him in the legal process. Look, I support making fun of the police. I'm just saying, I support it. Especially if you didn't do anything wrong. And questioning today's hearing even. Uh-oh, the judge is like, I'm sorry, I'm listening now. Questioning moi, authorita. How dare you? How dare you? Now let me sum up what I believe you have told the court today and tell me if that's fairly true and accurate. Ms. Blank was a fan of yours prior to March 19. Thereafter, you two engaged in an online relationship that ended in approximately July of 2019. Shortly after that, approximately November of 2019, there were things posted and said on the internet about you, but that stopped around November 2019 until shortly after you got married to Blank. Then it started to take off from there, correct? Yes. Am I correct so far? Yes, sir. And after that, Ms. Blank had to set up numerous accounts to contact you, to post about you, to put information on the internet about you, correct? Correct. She basically has posted over 4,800 tweets about you on the, at least on the one account, the Beware Quinton Flynn account, correct? Yes. These people have problems. They literally have problems. Twitter is a drug, and some people need to be off of it. She reached out on the internet and asked companies to stop utilizing you in your employment. She contacted other friends, fans of yours, like people that aren't in your circle about you. Yes, other peers as well. In particular, your mother and so-and-so's mother. Yes. And she put out private communications that you shared with her and only her. Correct? Correct, of me jerking off. You didn't post these things on the internet or anything like that, did you, relating to her? No. She's a cartoon character killing you. Actually, you were killing yourself because it's your character. Yes. You had mentioned that she's claiming that you're a, I guess, sexual predator. She called you that numerous times on her Twitter, correct? She called you a racist on her account. Correct. She called you a pedophile. Yep. Have you ever been charged with any of these crimes? Is racism a crime? No, never. Have you ever been convicted of any of these crimes? No, never. Has anybody ever proven in a court of law? No. Anything or trying to even prove these things in a court of law about these allegations? No, never. Now, one of the allegations I saw looking at these documents here, they relate to an incident that happened back in 2008, I believe. You were at a convention. Yeah. Uh-huh. Were you jerking off into a phone at that convention? this convention, where was it held? In Toronto. Toronto, Canada. Yeah, 2008. And this incident essentially involves, I guess, a kiss of someone who was believed to be 17 years old, correct? Correct. There's video out there that was shown of this kiss, correct? Correct. Is that video still on the internet? To the best of my knowledge, yes. Here's Exhibit 7. Take a look at these for me. These some of the tweets that relate to this incident involving this kiss of a 17-year-old. Looks like it is, yes. That happened in Toronto, Canada, correct? That did, yes. What kind of kiss? What kind of kiss is the question? What you see in Exhibit 7 is just, I guess, a still shot of that video contained this incident. That is correct. I'm not mistaken. I didn't put a timer on this. But that kiss was just a simple peck, less than a second, on the lips, correct? I wouldn't kiss a young girl on the lips. But it is just a peck. A peck with his tongue all the way down her throat and coming out of her anus. Let's see. Correct. This is as you were saying goodbye to this person. Correct. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but various jurisdictions have age of consent laws. Did you know that? No. I've been made aware of it. Yeah. Uh-huh. Going to hand you what I call Exhibit 8. This information on the various age of consent throughout the United States. Do you see that? This is in Toronto. I do. Obviously, you weren't in the United States, correct? Correct. You weren't in the United States? That's correct. I didn't have an extra copy of this next document, but I'll have it marked as Exhibit 9. I don't know that we need copies of this. No. Sorry. I just give you this. Take a quick look at this. Something I pulled up on the internet about the age of consent throughout the world. Take a look at that for me. What does it say for Canada? For Canada, it looks like the age of consent is 16 years of age. So if you engage in a motherfucker. So if you engage in a sexual relations with this girl and she's 17 years old, theoretically, that wouldn't even be illegal in Canada, correct? Correct. And in fact, the age of consent throughout much of the world is 16 or under, according to this information here. We have various states or countries: Albania, Algeria, American Samoa, American Samoa, Andorra, Angola, and the list goes on. They go down as low as, it looks like, 13 years of age, 12 years of age in Angola, Africa. Well, we're not going to talk about Muslim age of consent here. We're not going to talk about it. Let's stop real quick. The court, move it on, Mr. Y. We've got 7 more witnesses. I got it. I understand. Move on. Is this one of the bases by which she's alleging that you're a sexual predator? Yes. Or a rapist of some sort? Have you ever done anything like that? Engaged in sexual activities with a minor? No. Have you engaged in non-consensual sex? No. Are you here for what blank might do? Yes, I am. Are you fearful about her posting today's hearing? Yes. On her tweets. Very much so. There you go. During the time that you've known her, he's got to establish that he's afraid. This is a protective order hearing. You have to be afraid. During the time that you've known her, do you think she's at least, and not getting a clinical definition or anything like that, but do you think she's capable of coming out to Ohio and possibly stalking you, following you, doing things of that sort? I do. Is that why you filed this protective order, to have that stop? Yes, I do. Have her stop all these tweets, all this attacking you, contacting your wife, your family, anybody related to you? Yes. Now, the court can't, of course, stop her from, let's say, contacting one of your fans, but it can stop her from possibly contacting you. Is that what you'd like the court to do? I would, very much. Anything else you'd like to add, sir, about her, about your feelings with her over the past couple years? The relationship as it began and ended. There were good times, and there were bad times. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. Unpredictable. And then the anger and the actions of her have frightened me, and especially in the last number of months, terrified me. Thank you. I have nothing further. Court says this is where it gets a little bit funny when, not funny, haha, but a little bit awkward when there's not a lawyer sitting on this side of the room. Wait, funny how? Funny how? Now, how am I funny? Like I'm some sort of clown here to amuse you? Funny how? What the fuck do you mean I'm funny? Uh-huh. You're allowed to ask him questions. Yes. Wait, she's representing herself? And she's gonna... Oh, we've got cross-exam? We've got cross-exam from a pro se litigant. Ooh. At this point, they have to be questions. And don't worry, you'll still get your chance to tell your side of the story. This isn't the time to do that. Of course. I promise you will get an opportunity to tell your side. I understand. If you have any specific questions for him, you can ask that. Should I go up there? You can stay right there, just so long as your voice carries. Let's see. In terms of, you state in the actual summons here that the reason for the relationship between you and I ended is because I was repeatedly verbally abusive and threatening and cyberstalking you. But you have just now told the courtroom that we were amicable. It was an amicable breakup. Do you have proof that I was threatening you? Do you have proof of what you're saying here, that I was cyberstalking you or harassing you? This is a terrible question. They ignored all of that. They didn't use it. Why would you bring... Can you even prove it, bro? Can you prove I was harassing you and cyberstalking you? Yes. Fuck. They left it out. They left it out. Why did you bring it up? It says right here, yes. You have proof of harassment? Absolutely. I mean, so far, I've not seen harassment. Hold on. Let him answer the question. Oh, I thought that was the answer. The definition of cyberstalking, which includes harassment and contact directly or indirectly by internet means, we do have evidence. Okay. You can ask your next question. Why? Do you consider yourself a public figure? The public considers me a public figure. Okay, and being a public figure, do you understand that people can speak out? And even if it's falsely claims, they can speak out about you? No! But you may not like it. You can sue for defamation if you feel it's false, and you seem to feel it's false. But until that happens, people are allowed to speak to you. Are they not? Or speak about you? Are they not? Objection. Mischaracterizes the law. It certainly does, ma'am. Don't be a pro se litigant. Don't do it. What are you doing? Never be a pro se litigant. Awig says, but law Twitter. This fucking dummy has been reading law Twitter. Hey, listen, law Twitter, you dumb fucking cunts. This is what you're producing. Jesus Christ. I can just say whatever I want until I get sued, and then I have to stop. No. No. Okay, well, I'm sorry. Either way, you state that the kiss of girl in Canada, because of the age of consent is 17. I don't know if I can put my own thing, but if she... You'll have your turn. Did she consent to that kiss? Yes. On video? Yes. She consented on the video? You can only imagine he said yes. Okay, well, because we don't have the video here, she did not consent. Wait, what? Well, we don't have it, so it didn't happen. Reality's not real. I don't have it. Do you know, you say that I contacted your associates, meaning I would assume blank is your ex-girlfriend. Is that correct? I don't believe I stated that. Well, you said associates, but did not mention who, so I did not see any proof of me, so that's why I asked. Just ask who you contacted. Who do you think I contacted? Simple. Name them. It's a much better question. Name everybody who I contacted. Name anybody who I contacted. I don't believe I stated you contacted associates. Well, it says so right on the summons. I'd have to look that over. Terrible. Terrible. The first, harassing people he associated with personally and or professionally. Yes, that's not associates. Those are different things. Trivia Aficionado says, Nick, books, games, pottery here. We just walked into an episode of Law & Order. Pretty sure we just found 2 bodies in our hotel room. Looked like kids. Oh, no. What? Okay, so who are you speaking about in that? I'm curious. I believe my attorney and I have already covered that. Not in July of 2019. You said it was an amicable. So I'm wondering, who did I contact? I think there's a problem with the timeline here, Your Honor. Your Honor, mischaracterizes the testimony. It does. Ask your next question. He didn't even say objection. He's like, the judge is already thinking of it. I'll just mentally impart the objection into the judge's mind. Okay. Were you ever told that I cannot drive during our relationship? Possibly. I don't recall. Do you really feel threatened I could go to Ohio and come to harm you in some way? I absolutely do. Thank you for asking. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Don't be a pro se litigant. Don't do it. Are you really scared? Oh yeah. I'm really fucking scared. I'm scared as shit. I'm so terrified. Please ask me again if I'm scared. Do you really think I harmed you? Yes, you did, girl. Harm me again. Terrible choice. This is why you do not ever be a pro se litigant, and do not conduct your own cross exam. Okay, have I threatened you? Because the summons says I've threatened you. I would say in an indirect manner, perhaps yes. You have proof of this. I would just say yes, by the way. Better answer, yes, you've threatened me. You have proof of this? There is evidence. There is? Was it presented to me? I don't know. So far, I've not seen it. Who cares if you've seen it or not? On Beware Quinton Flynn, have I not condemned the harassment of you and your family? You might have to answer that question yourself. I don't know. No one asked. His lawyer should have objected here, in my opinion. Well, you've seen the posts, okay? Have I not mentioned the purpose of Beware Quinton Flynn to blank, who is your wife, that you speak to? Did I not tell her exactly why this page is being made? You've mentioned many purposes. Okay. And none of them seem to make any sense. Okay, well, that's nice. It seems to be a vendetta, according to... Well, that's funny, but other than about detective, did he not tell you that I was allowed to continue to run the page as long as I did not directly tag you in it? And I have not tagged you once since... May I answer the question? Huh? Your Honor, may I answer the question? Please. I didn't finish my question, just... Yes, the detective did say that you were to use the @ or ampersand sign for my name, or that you would be in jeopardy of being charged with telecommunications harassment. We have evidence that after that phone call date with him, you did use the @ sign or ampersand with my name many times, up to at least 100. Oh my God. Terrible. Why is she asking these questions? And then also, you threw your finger in the face of law, mocking Detective Blank and his inability to actually do anything about you in your state of Indiana. Whoops. Did I ever do that? 100 fucking times. Oh. Okay. Okay. My next question was, did you not read the harassment report that I just received where he says no further? What was it? I can't hear you. Please repeat the question. Sorry. 1 second. Where is it? Let me get to what exactly he said. Blank made a statement here. Nothing further at this time is what Blank says after he says he contacted me, told me not to directly message you. Did you ever hear from Blank again saying that I contacted you? He says nothing further at this time. Did you not read that? I did read that, and I also spoke with Mr. Detective Blank after that, and I followed up with him about your further contact with me. And then he sent the case over to Detective Sergeant Blank of the... Oh my fucking God, she's getting blown out of the water here. Okay, you brought up multiple things, such as do you have proof that I contacted your mother? Yes. Has it been shown today? Repeat the second part of the question. The first answer is yes, we do have proof or evidence that you contacted my mother. That Chrissy Blank me contacted your mother? Yes, you admittedly contacted her in one of your false accounts. Admittedly? Your blank account. That is correct. I have no evidence here of it. Well, we have the evidence, but it was not presented. So I answered your question. It wasn't presented. If it wasn't presented, let it go. You're doing the man's work for him. Let it go. Let it go. No evidence, you fucking whore. Let it go. Like, what? What are you doing? Oh, Jesus. Next question. Well, you state here that I found out you were marrying, due to stalking. You understand that you have a Wikipedia account, do you not? I do have a Wikipedia account. Was your marriage displayed on Wikipedia? At one point, perhaps. Several points, but yes, I can hear you. Must said can't. Several points, but I will say that. Okay, what's your question? He's fucking livid. This is great. My question, well, that was my question. Do you have a Wikipedia account, and was your marriage on there? Is it publicly viewable? Is it publicly doable? Viewable. Your Wikipedia. Yes. Okay. Did you, while with me in this virtual relationship, also have several other relationships that have come to light? Objection. Relevance. Okay, but that is, hold on. Also hearsay. It is, but it's, let me just interrupt you here real quick. Oh, uh-huh. Here's the thing. I think you're asking a lot of questions, and you're entitled to. Yeah, my problem is I'm running out of time. I know. I understand this. Wait. What I really want, I want to hear from you. I want to hear your side of this. What's going to happen is you're going to get squished in the amount of time that I'm going to give you to tell your side of the story. Because you're asking a lot of questions that really aren't relevant. I get it. You've done research. I can tell. Oh, God. Oh, God. Suge Muffin 7 says, this chick is playing Russian roulette with all the bullets in the chambers. Uh-huh. You're trying. Yes. I guarantee this bitch read law Twitter. I guarantee it. She's like, I'm armed. Greg Douchette and Mike Dunford are double teaming me with fisticuffs. I know I can ride this to victory. Stop it. That being said, what you're doing is you're giving me no new information. You're wasting the time that I think I would rather spend from you telling me your side of the story. So if there's other questions that you have to ask that are really, really relevant, I want you to ask them. Okay. But remember, tick tock, tick tock. Okay. I have one last question. That's all I have. In this animation that you speak of that is called a murder animation, the animation is of your character Axel basically doing what he did in a game called Kingdom Hearts 2. Does he kill Vexen? Does he kill Vixen? Yes. No, he does not in that game. Hold on. Now you're testifying. Anyway, I know I'm just saying you're getting a chance. Tell me your side. I promise. That's all my questions. Mr. Y, do you have any further questions? Nothing for cross-exam, Judge. Sir, be careful stepping down there. People have stumbled. Mr. Y, do you need to call other witnesses? Only briefly, just to ask. I mean, she could even do that there. Blank Flynn. So the wife is called now. Waifu is called. Your name is Waifu Flynn, correct? Uh-huh. If I put you on the stand, would you testify essentially to everything that your husband Quinton has testified to on the stand? As far as your perspective of things that you saw, experienced, etc. Yeah, and I can also provide my experience. Okay, I don't want to waste the court's time. Right. You know, so I can keep it short. Go up there and just tell us briefly your interactions. Remember, I got to let the staff go at noon for lunch. Understood, Judge. Ma'am, you're under oath. One more rule. Please have a seat and take a squirt. Please have a seat and take a squirt of hand sanitizer. Briefly, Mr. Y. Please tell us your experience, your story, and your story about your communications with Miss Crazy. So, I did not know who she was until my family alerted me that someone was posting intimate photos and screenshots and such about Quinton with other women. And when I wasn't seeing them from her personal account, she made various comments that's too bad. He's playing multiple women right now. If you want to hear him being a creep, I have it on tape. Just check your message requests. Take care. And so I was like, okay. So I checked my message request, and in there is from Chrissy blank, and it's the audio clip, and it says, "Enjoy your husband," in quotation marks. And that was the first communications that I had with her. I cannot easily post a link to the transcript because this is a PDF. I don't know where the link is right now. But Spectre might have it, or he might be able to post it. I don't know if he's still around. Did you have communications where she taunted you about being assaulted? Yes. When was that? There were multiple instances from November, December. She mocked my brain injury that I got from an assault during a robbery I'm still being treated for. I have post-traumatic stress disorder for, which is part of the reason why I'm fearful also. Ooh, not good. Not good. You would like her to stop this because it's messing with your mental state, correct? Very much so. I've been in a very hard place when she's threatening my family, and it does paranoid me. Thank you. Nothing further. Do you have any questions for... I have just one. Or just have one. Okay. When you say I threatened you, do you remember the name of the person who threatened you? Was it under Chrissy blank? It was under Chrissy blank. Do you remember what the threat was? There were a few. Spectre, do you have this document handy? Can you post it in chat if you have a link to it? I know it's up on Kiwi Farms. I just don't have I don't have the link to it. There were a few. There's one that said, well, I don't want to use expletives, but you don't want to fuck with me. There's one that said, I took this as a threat against my family. You said your detective blank has no jurisdiction in blank, so good luck. I believe in an eye for an eye. I took that as a threat against my family. That was directed at you, meaning that you were tagged in that post? Yes. When crazy fucking bitches don't remember that they're crazy fucking bitches. It's amazing. Okay. Any further questions? No, that's it. Thanks for burying yourself. Can you please leave your shovel on the way back to your seat? Mr. Y, do you have any further questions? Nothing else, Your Honor. You can step down. Any other witnesses? No. To expedite things, it will be duplicative. So nothing further. I brought 8 witnesses. I only needed the one and then this tiny addendum from his wife. That's it. Let's start. Ms. Blank, I would like to hear your testimony. Since you're kind of acting as your own lawyer, you can testify from right there. But just make sure that I can hear you. Yes, I'm trying. Sorry, I mumble. From that spot, and you stay in that spot, if you want to take off your mask to testify, you can, because, yeah, truly, 14 feet between us. So there's a lot in the summons, and I get it. It's a 30-minute thing, but basically, Quinton Flynn and I had what I thought was a virtual relationship. But what came to light after, by July and then into November, because we broke up in July, and then I came back and I said, I just want to be your fan, Quinton. In November, we were amicable. I actually read that. That's what he said. He testified to this. Okay, in November, I found out that this other woman was in a relationship. And yes, this may be hearsay, but this is the point of the page, is he was doing the exact same thing. I actually have evidence, but I don't have copies. I forgot. I have so much here, evidence-wise, that she was being led on by this man. It's mostly to get pornographic materials from his fans. He leads them on, says we're in a relationship. We're going to be together. We were supposed to meet at a convention in July. Never happened because my mom has stage 4 cancer and he wanted me to basically move in with him. I have the last text message I ever sent him. And he's claiming I have all these phone numbers calling, and it's like the last contact that I ever had with Quinton Flynn was November 27th of 2019. Now, I do have a Beware Quinton Flynn page, and that did come about after his marriage, only because one of Quinton's past girlfriends that he was doing the same thing to while with me contacted me and said, Chrissy, and I have that as well. Chrissy, you're not going to believe it. He just married this girl. He just broke up with me a month ago, and he's married. And then he contacted her again, was doing, like, you're gorgeous, like some pattern of behavior he was doing before. Spectre, no, I don't want it an audio recording. I just wondered if you had a link to the document. This document. Someone asked for this document. If you have it, can you post it in chat? Either way, we spoke out in 2019, me and this girl named Blank, because we took notes on what he was doing, and it was exactly the same. We were both fans. He contacted us both first through Instagram. He made us both feel like we were special, like we were going to be together. He asked for sexual favors. Guys, just a lesson for Quinton. He didn't do anything wrong here. Nothing wrong that he did, but he did things that were unwise. Unwise. Do not contact a Thought fan ever. And then he asked for pornographic materials, and then he ghosted people. There's nothing illegal about asking for nudes from someone who's of age. Don't do it. There's nothing illegal about it. And then there's certainly nothing illegal about ghosting them. Hey, ladies, don't send nudes to dudes online. What the fuck are you doing? And we spoke out. We didn't speak out on Twitter in 2019, but we were threatened by people for speaking out. But in that, even more women came forward saying, oh my God, this man did it to me too. Objection, hearsay. It's hearsay. It is hearsay. But it's how the Beware of Q Flynn came about. Yeah, but it's still hearsay, you dumb bitch. Well, let me just say, you can tell me how it came about without telling me what people said. Okay, Beware Q Flynn, the page I run because Quinton is a public figure and has tons of young female fans because the games he worked in, was a place I created not to harass Quinton, but an awareness page for his fans to feel safe in telling their stories. There's so many that have come to me with similar stories that I even have law enforcement involved due to the nature of some. I have the FBI report with me right now due to how young some of these women are. And I've also been in contact with the Sergeant Detective Blank who put me in contact with FBI Special Agent whoever because he looked at the report. Now, you know, that's why I feel this was a malicious filing for me because he's trying to silence a page that is for victims. The Beware Q Flynn page is for victims. And I have not, after Detective Blank contacted me, I have not directly messaged him and when he says that and when Blank says what I said, you don't want to fuck with me. I've never said that, and there's no proof that I've said that. There is proof. I mean, she says it was from Chrissy, and I've never tagged her and never said that. I even have proof of her sending her friend Blank after me who actually physically threatened me, and she's a real-life friend. She says, I even have it here if I can find it because I have so much evidence. These are screenshots, by the way. You haven't introduced any of those evidence. I would object to all of it. Object to all of it. Objection, Your Honor, no foundation. Objection, Your Honor, no basis. Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant. Objection, hearsay. Someone else said this. Oh, I also have proof of where you don't want to fuck with me Blank was to know world lol, and she says lol, and it says everyone is blank. We are all blank. Everyone who disagrees with me is blank. They basically just said they are not blank. It's kind of hard to explain. Either way, this person, No World Lol, November 29th of 2020 says, I'm still not blank. I know you're all very confident in your incorrect convictions, but I am not. And this is the same account that had a SM McPie says, hold on. You gotta be careful about telling me what other people say. That's hearsay, you dummy. Okay. Well, either way, I want to hear from you. You're telling me a lot of what other people say. Okay, I want to hear what you have to say. But can I say what she's quoting me of saying? It's actually from this account that is SM McPie. I've never in my life said you don't want to fuck with me. And let's see. I'm still looking for the blank because I got so much stuff here, but I have her friend's cat if I could find it. What? I have her friend's cat? The fuck do you mean you have a friend's cat? Now it's all a mess. I even brought my T-Mobile call logs, because in the summons he says I'm calling him and texting him, and I've not texted him. Oh, I even have the proof pic. She says that I continue to harass her. We'll have a date on Facebook of blocking her, or her name is Seika Oteka on Facebook. She then contacts me, not me contacting her, on Twitter saying very derogatory things. Now, this is all evidence that I have that I need to copy, but I was never going to contact her again after blocking her on Facebook. She contacted me on Twitter, leaving me a message that was pretty derogatory and like, you need to get a life and all of that. I can't find the cat thing because they're all out of sorts, but what else do you need me to know? This judge is like, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? What else do you need me to know? What else do you need me to know? Basically, that the reason for the page is to give a person an outlet, or people an outlet who have been hurt by this man. He denies it. If he thinks it's false, I mean, he's a public figure. He can do a defamation case if he wants to. I'm not harassing him. Unknown female speaker. Do you want to tell him about he wanted to call? Who the fuck is this? But she's admitting that the harassing account is hers. This is great. I mean, I've told him I do not drive. I cannot drive. I've even brought bank statements to show that I've never been to Ohio or even a Lyft or an Uber. My parents have to drive me everywhere because I have a panic disorder. These fucking crazy, ridiculous, basically absurd people. These are the people. This is it. This is Twitter. This is your harassers. These are the people you're fighting with. These fucking people. They can't even drive because of a panic disorder. Not because they're blind. Not because they're literally dead. Not because they don't have arms or teeth or something. Because it's just too scary. Don't look. This is to the Quinton Flynns of the world. Stop sending your dick to crazy fucking fans. You're not even putting it in them. You're not even having sex with these people. You're jerking off while talking on Facebook or whatever. Stop. Guys, you gotta stop. Just jerk off to porn. What are you doing? Why would you ever do any of this? You guys gotta stop. Guys, I'm telling you. I know all of you think you're super suave sexters or whatever. None of you are. It never looks good. It's always bad. Don't do it. It's a risk. It's a huge risk. Don't do it. Don't do it. I am not a threat to him in Ohio. I've never even been to Ohio. Anything else you want me to know? It's just the page was never an incitement of harassment against Quinton. The reason that I've contacted his employer's admission, and I have on this Twitter, is because the people are coming forward to see me are fans of his work. He's met at conventions and took advantage of his status as this celebrity to get them to do things for him. Now that's hearsay. Admission that it's inadmissible. But that is the purpose of the page, is to let people have a spot to share their stories, anonymous or not. And there are more. There are more with actual evidence of licking thighs and everything. Look, licking thighs, that's just called an appetizer. So basically, I feel this was a malicious post to try and silence the page, silence the victims that are coming forward. And yes, there are legal things in play right now with the FBI and also the IC. Blah, 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 blah. Mr. Y, do you have any questions for Miss Blank? Oh, definitely. Put your mask back on unless you're going to stay there. I'll stay here. I'll stay here. Okay, I don't want you too close. You can take your mask down. Okay. He's going to stay over there. Miss Blank. Uh-huh. I read your Twitter account. Uh-huh. I read it as far back as 2016, 2017. Which, you're Chrissy. Okay, Chrissy. Don't you put in there that you've been abused verbally by others? Abused verbally by others? And also said you're also abusive to others as well on your Twitter account? You never said that? I can't say that I have without seeing it because I don't remember it. You don't remember what you post? From 2016? Have you ever been verbally abusive to boyfriends, significant others, or anything like that? On my Twitter? Have you ever been? No, never. Never said that, ma'am. You have to listen to the question. Okay, I'm confused by the question. It's fine if you're confused. You say you can't drive. You could also take the bus, couldn't you? I'm not going to pay for the price for a 7-hour trip to Ohio. You could, though, couldn't you? I could, but I have bank statements showing that I haven't. You haven't, but you could, right? Sure, you could have one of your friends on Twitter also drive you, correct? I don't have any friends in real life. Oh, Jesus Christ. You could have, though. Hypothetically, yes. Anyone could do anything. Mr. Y, I don't care about speculation. Yeah, this animation that we talked about. Basically, the cartoon Axel turns the cartoon Quinton into a pile of mush, doesn't he? Into a pile of mush, yes, but into a glob of some sort. Uh-huh, he's not dead, and I even, you said it's not a threat. Hold on. You gotta answer the questions he's asking. Okay. You said you've never contacted his mother? No. Do you have other accounts besides this Chrissy and Beware? I have an account for my PS5 called what was it? I don't even have it in front of me, but it was Monster Madness 2025 or something. Do you have an account called Edith? Let me get the name here so I get it correct. Edith McDaniels? I do have an account, yes. And you've never used that account to contact his mother through Facebook? I sent an article that was written about Quinton in her comments that were publicly open, but that is contacting her, correct? But that was before. Yes, it is contacting her, yes. I didn't put a time frame on this. You said earlier, telling the judge you have never contacted. Mr. Y, you got to be over there. If she's going to have her mask off, you got to stay over there. You told the judge you have never contacted his mother, but yet you did contact her through her Edith McDaniel account, correct? Edith, who is Edith McDaniel? Yes, it is me. I think I said, okay. I think I said on Chrissy, though. I think if I remember correctly, I said I did not contact her on Chrissy. I asked Quinton. This person is fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. You are all of these accounts, aren't you? No, not all of them. I mean, Edith McDaniel, Chrissy, Beware Quinton. Yes. Yes. You're all of those accounts. Those 3, yes. And by you reaching on any of them to anybody, you are contacting them. You realize that just because you set up a fake profile, a fake name, yes, a fake character in your imaginary world, it's you who's actually typing these things to them, correct? It was an article. It's nothing else but an article. It's an article supposedly pointing out some of his issues. Yes, that you have with him, correct? So that is you contacting your mother. How did you get her information? He's always talked about blank. And even when we were in a relationship, did he give you her Facebook account? Her Facebook account was very public on his page. Did he give it to you? No. You had to search for it, didn't you? No, you didn't type in a search for her name. It's called a comment. She leaves comments on his pictures. That's not a search. You reached out to her, to try to tell her that her son needs Jesus, correct? The man does need Jesus. Let's be clear. Let's be queer. It is Pride Month. Let's be queer and clear. Quinton, you need Jesus. Stop talking to these thoughts. I think he's learned by now, though. Yeah. And all this because he had an online relationship with you that ended, and he supposedly had other online relationships. False pretenses. Look, people lie all the time. He's a public figure. Mr. Y, you're doing just what she did. Ask questions, please. Don't people lie all the time? Yes. Do you? Out all of them. They're not public figures. What about all the groupies for fan members and football stars and all that? Don't they also, groupies, engage in sexual relationships and have relations with fans and people who follow them? Oh, fuck. Good question. Are they groomed by them first for months? Who knows? They are not groomed by the people. They literally fucking are. It's celebrity. This is celebrity. What? This is... They've nailed it. They nailed it. This is modern day. This is modern day. This is just celebrity in action. When someone is jilted that the celebrity did something with them and then is no longer interested, where normally in a normal non-celebrity relationship, that's just two people, they get together, they exchange some weird text messages, they may bang or they may not, doesn't matter, they have a shitty dinner at Red Lobster, and then they never talk again. That's just called the game. That's just a relationship that failed. When a celebrity does it in 2021, now it's grooming. It's not grooming. It never was grooming, never was anything. They had a relationship with you. That relationship broke down. They didn't take advantage of you. They didn't exploit their status. You latched on to them for their celebrity. They don't have a magical power over you that somehow makes your panties soak up when you're just talking to them. There's nothing that person does that makes you do what you do. Well, they're famous though. Look, I've met plenty of famous people. Guess how many of them have touched my dick? 0. Because I don't pull out my penis because someone's famous. And you should not show off your vagina or your breasts or whatever because someone is famous. This is insane. It's an insane thing. People have lost any accountability that they have. These are grown fucking adults. And I'm sorry, if you're too crazy to fucking drive, maybe you're too crazy for Twitter. I know that's hard to imagine that there's someone too crazy for Twitter, but get off of it. You're insane. Get in a padded room and have sex messages with yourself because nobody else ever needs to interact with you. You're crazy. You have 3 different Twitter accounts, none of them related to your real persona, sending out messages all over the place about someone you had an online relationship with years ago. You're fucking crazy. There's nothing else to say. You're fucking insane. I can't believe it. I cannot believe that this is where we are in 2021. These are just people having interactions with other people. Them being celebrities doesn't make them special. Doesn't give them power. Doesn't give them authority. There's no level of trust. If you trust a celebrity, buyer beware, man. How is he groomed? He groomed me by saying that we were going to be in a relationship, knowing full well what he did not want one. How do you know he didn't want one? He was in a relationship with you online for months, wasting time talking to a crazy person. Like, that's his choice. He can do that. But that does not seem somehow ungenuine to me. He just wanted the nudity. He wanted the pornographic things. Lots of people in relationships want sex. They can't have sex. The next best thing is imagery of sex. This is not even, I don't suggest people do it, but this is not even weird. It's not even weird to desire to see sexual imagery of someone you're attracted to. It is not weird to have sexual feelings for someone you're attracted to be in a relationship with them. Ugh. Did he make you share that stuff with him? No, but he told me we were in a relationship when he had absolutely no... Is that illegal? It's not illegal, but it needs to be outed as he is a public figure. What? Let me tell you, guys, every public figure on earth, I'm going to out all of them right now. Every single public figure. Every one of them likes sex and wants to engage in some sort of sexual activity at some point. In some way. That's it. All of them. Every one of them. Myself included. I love it. I'm a big fan. Huge fan. If sex had a cheering section, if sex had a Twitch page, I would be simping all over it. Like, it'd be embarrassing. I'd be like, get in that hot tub. Get in it. Get in it, sex. I love you. Write my name on your forehead. Like, This is not abnormal. We're trying to make the normal into abnormal. Public figures want to have sex with people. They want to engage in sexual activity. They want to find relationships that will lead to sexual activity. Sometimes they're short relationships. Sometimes they're long relationships. This is news to people, that this has somehow become, in recent years, that this has somehow become verboten is beyond my brain. And you have created this page as of November 2020, this Beware Cute. Yes. Quinton Flynn page. Yes. This Twitter account. And since November, December, January, and now we're at the very, very beginning of February here, you have over 4,800 tweets. Crazy. Yeah. I hate to do the math, but that seems to be about like 500 tweets a day. I don't know. I mean, I'm retweeting a lot, but he's not being directly added. If you have the @Quinton Flynn, and I'm not familiar with the internet, but I was told, well, there you go, by numerous people, that if you put the @Quinton Flynn, doesn't that tag him and he gets a notification that somebody has talked about him? No. Yes, it does. It absolutely does. You may not see the notification, but you're definitely going to get it. Or written about him? Yes. And I'm not adding Quinton Flynn? You aren't? I maybe did it 5 times before the detective called me, and he's never been added before. Acted. If I put Mr. Flynn back on the stand to say that you did over 100 and whatever times, would you say he's lying about that? I would like to see proof. I may have commented to somebody who had tagged him in it, but that's not talking to Quinton. Actually, since you can remove him from there, I would argue that it is. Because there's a list of people, right? That every time you reply to a tweet, there's a list of people. You can actually go in. It's a pain in the ass. But you can go in and remove whoever you want from that conversation, from that reply. So she was tagging him. She was tagging him. Even if she wasn't directly tagging him, she was absolutely indirectly tagging him. Look. This person is 87 pounds of crazy. I bet money she was actually also just tagging him. Because these people are crazy. I would like to see proof. I may have commented, but that's not talking. But if you put @Quinton Flynn, that would be getting to him, correct? Yes, if I put it, if you had done that as part of retweeting, would that also get to him, wouldn't it? Yes, but that was not. I even asked Detective Blank, and he said, that's where it gets complicated, because you're not actually speaking to him. You're speaking to the person who has him tagged. And didn't that detective, in his report, and you personally, tell you don't do that anymore? He did not tell me about not liking. He didn't say anything about liking. I even asked him specifically about not liking. I said about the @. Yes, adding, and I have not. He specifically told you not to do that, correct? And I have not myself added him. Other people can. All right, Mr. Y, wrap it up. All right, Judge. I think we'll just leave it at that, Judge. I think it would just be repetitive. Okay, Miss Blank, are there any other witnesses you want to call? I mean, now that you've told me your case, is there anything else you want me to know? Well, the only thing I would say is that my parents have seen the page, have seen the women, have seen the accusations, and yes, that's hearsay. Then stop talking. Also, you haven't left the house. What is this? Her mom yelling from the back. You haven't left the house, sweetie. We got you, girl. Ah! Have not left the house because, for one, the pandemic, and they are also, have I driven? Can I drive? She hadn't driven in years. Years. All right, will you put your mask on? Okay. I don't want to be misunderstood. I think you've been through a lot. I think you've inflated, however. It is a job of law enforcement that you've contacted. Yes. And the FBI, which were contacted. It's their job to police these kinds of matters. We have to let them do that. You've taken what I think started out as a good concept. Wrong. Judge is being way too nice here. This is not a good concept. These people are not good people. They do not have good motives. They are jilted. They are angry. They are bitter, and they want revenge. It is not a good motive. It is not a good concept. It is not a good thing. They are not good people. Period, period, period. We have got to stop. We've got to stop even excusing a moment of their behavior. They're mad. They want to destroy. They want to ruin. And they want to end lives. At the end of the day, I know people who have killed themselves over accusations. At the end of the day, these people want their target swinging from a rope. That's why they make accounts. That's why they contact them over and over. That's why they contact their parents, their spouses, their relatives. If you ever contact someone's parent, spouse, or relative, you need to examine your intentions. You need to examine what you're doing. You are bordering on insanity. Don't do it. Stop it. Turn off the fucking computer. Walk away. Throw your phone in a garbage can. Give your phone to a homeless. Do something else. Get off the internet. Close your eyes. Turn off the screen. Walk away. You are getting, like, I'm not saying automatically if you've messaged someone's parents that you're crazy, but you need to examine your actions. Stop it. These people are trying to eat people alive. They want them dead. They want them buried, all because of some personal slight the other person probably didn't even mean. They're probably just living their lives. And the other person made a big this person, the crazy person, makes a big deal out of it and then has a jihad against them. And it's embarrassing. It's ugly. And it is not good intentions. And this judge needs to stop apologizing for it. Right away. Good concept and awareness page, and you've taken it well past where it is. You said that its intention was to make other people aware, but you've gone quite a bit past that. This is the definition. This is stalking. How is it stalking? My turn to talk. I let you say everything you wanted. Okay, so now it's my turn. You have under this guise that you think you understand what a public figure is, and that permits you to somehow say or do anything that you want is an improper premise. There is a line, and you've stepped well past it. Portraying people, whether in anime or not, as being killed, and frankly, commenting on it as being a good thing, and it's something you've always wanted to see, that's beyond the line of commenting. A public comment about a public figure. Posting intimate photos? The same. There was no, okay, my turn to talk. Posting intimate photos. Sending to people intimate photos, contacting of significant others, contacting of employers, which frankly, you've seemed kind of proud of. Thank you, Judge. This has got to stop. That's beyond the line. You are well beyond the line of what is acceptable behavior. It's not easy. And here's the problem. The thing that kind of concerns me here is you're taking this as a quote, awareness for young girls. And I think you've gone well beyond awareness. You've gone to assassination of character. You've taken it too far. Can't you see that? There is a line. Am I allowed to answer that? Well, it's a rhetorical question. One would think, here's the thing. I read in some of this I found very touching. In one of the letters that you wrote to this gentleman, you talked about a background in mental health. And I have a very strong background as a judicial officer and in my education of mental health issues. What I really want is, I want you talk about past services with treatment, and that's my goal for you. My goal for you is to go back. Stop it. Get help. Stop it. Get help. It's to go back to the people that have helped you in the past, or find people who are better able to help you. You talk about medications that you've either stopped taking or accidentally stopped taking. I think a focus needs to be put on you seeking treatment, on seeking medications if they help you. What this is this the breakup between two adults, and you're making it into more than that. What it really is that you had a relationship and you no longer have a relationship. And I will use the word obsessed. You seem a little bit obsessed with this breakup. 2 years ago. You seem like a very intelligent person. Stop it, Judge. Don't lie to this girl. Say, you seem like a dummy. Just say it. This person is wacko. She is not very intelligent. Stop. I think the time has come for you to go find another intelligent person in the world that can make you happy. She never will. She never will. She will not. She'll be eaten by her cats or whatever. Not because she's incapable of finding another person, but because she's obsessed with something that she cannot have. She's obsessed with something else. Breakups happen in the world all the time. Thank you. And so I think you don't seem to be accepting of what I'm telling you, but I think once you have time to think about this. Judge, that's cute. Judge, let me tell you something. You have a lot of experience in mental health and judgery. I have a PhD in Twitterology. I have a PhD in Twitterology and batshit insanity. This girl will never take time to think about this. She will never reflect on her actions because she is justified by the mob. She's got a mob of law Twitter sycophant simps hovering around her, telling her that she's doing the right thing. She's got a mob of people who have no experience with Quinton Flynn, who know nothing about Quinton Flynn. She has a mob of people telling her that she's doing the right thing. They don't know if any of these allegations are true, and more importantly, they don't care. The allegation slakes the thirst of the mob. That's all they need. They don't care who it is. They don't care if it's true. They don't care about anything other than someone with more power than them being taken down by an allegation. True, false, what are those things? Foreign concepts to these people. Again, I have a PhD in Twitterology and batshit insanity. A double PhD. It took me a long time to get it. None of these people know who they're taking down. They just want to see someone else hurt to make up for the emptiness in their lives. When people say they need Jesus, they literally need Jesus. They need something to fill a void. It's a different void for every person. They need something to fill it. If not Jesus, then like needlepoint or something. You had him virtually killed off. My turn to talk. She must have been trying to talk again. That's not normal behavior. And you've gone well beyond what is appropriate behavior for a bad breakup. This is the definition. This is stalking. What I'm going to do, I'm going to enter a protective order. You're not allowed to contact him. Either you or any of your alter egos in any way, shape, or form. Okay. And I'm going to use the word contact as loosely as it can be defined. You're not allowed to contact him, again, very loosely. You're not allowed to be posting videos of him. You're not allowed to be posting cartoons of him getting killed. You're not allowed. I'm going to order Beware of Quinton Flynn. That has to be discontinued. He ordered the shutdown of the account. That's amazing. And no similar portrayals can be put up. You're not to contact his employers. You're not to contact his mother. You're not to contact his wife. This is what stalking is. Circling back to you, which I think is the important part here. I think you need to focus on you, and I hope you will. I hope you'll take this as an opportunity to go back and consider at least part of it. I know you don't agree with what I'm saying, but I think the evidence demonstrates. My goal for you is to maybe think about treatment again. He should order it. I know he can't. This is a protective order hearing. He cannot order her into treatment. God, you almost wish this was a full lawsuit so he could just flat out order, you need to be in treatment. Go to treatment. Please. Make it like a 6-month rehab where you don't have a phone. Go away. Get help. We'll crowdfund it. Get out of here. Go to a resort. Go vomit out all of your anxiety or whatever. Let's see. Where were we? Hopefully this can pass. I'm going to enter the protective order, and I'm going to, at this point, Mom, Dad, would you please? What I like to do when I have a protective order, especially when it's hotly contested like this, is I like to let the parties leave separately. So I would like at this point, the respondent and her family to go home. We'll excuse you. The protective order will go in the mail to everyone. Take her off premises. What I don't want is I don't want a parking lot. Oh no, can I just ask a question? Because I'm in fear that somebody's going to, I'll take Beware of Q Flynn down, but I'm afraid because how much traction it has gotten by other women, they can remake it and I cannot stop them. You better not have been found involved. Okay, but as long as I'm not involved. Oh, so she just, here it is. This is it. It's going to come back up. It's going to come back up from one of her friends or associates who just decided to do it on their own. Need more whiskey. You know what's amazing is she can take it down. She can disable it without it being able to come back up. Shocker, I know. But if you just suspend the Twitter account, you don't have to remove it and allow someone else to have access to it. It's already back up. Of course it has. This is more than 1 minute ago, so of course it has. Well, now here's what you're doing. And you were doing this with the questions. You're cutting angles. Well, I didn't post it. I reposted it. Well, I don't want to get in trouble. My turn to talk. You're playing technicality of words. You better not be found to be involved in this in any way, shape, or form. Okay, that's my order. Can I ask a question? Yes, ma'am. Is she allowed to appeal this? Because none of my evidence was even seen. Yeah, appeal it. Go ahead. Yeah, appeal it all day. That'd be funny. I'm going to enter the order, and I'm going to actually hold on to that T. I'll put the appeal language here along with. Very good. Thank you. Folks, you're going to hang around till about noon, and then there too, I want you off the premises. So we're not allowed to stop at the clerk's office? We have to leave? Well, if you need to stop at the clerk's office for business, okay, how about this? You stay until 12. Petitioner, you and your people off premises. These folks will stay around for a few minutes, and then you can stay as long as you want. That is reasonable. Mr. Y, make sure everybody is off premises. So don't ever do this. Don't ever cuck yourself to the judge. Like, well, what if I want to stop at the clerk's office? Fine. Sit in that fucking chair until noon. Stay there. Fine then. You wanted it. I was going to let you go first. No, now you have to stay. You nice people, please go. Leave the premise. I'm sure you want to because you don't want to be around this crazy, insane stalker. This mom needs a real reality check. This mom needs real help. Like, can you imagine being this mom? I'm going to support my sweetie stalking and harassing a celebrity. Mom. Teach her how to make ramen. Get her a job at a Denny's. Do anything else. Anything other than this. Get her a Pinterest account. What are you doing? Take her to a Hobby Lobby, buy out the yarn section, and have her go to town. Anything other than this. What are you doing? Your child has mental disabilities that makes them unable to drive because of panic attack and anxiety. They clearly have issues with celebrities where they are sending them nudes or whatever. You need to put a stop to this. You are a mom of someone with mental deficiencies. Be a mom for once in your damn life. Do something. Stop paying for her phone. She doesn't have a job, obviously. Don't pay for her phone. Don't drive her to T-Mobile to get another one. Will do, Judge. Do you have all the exhibits? I do. Here are the exhibits. That is it. I mean, I didn't think we'd get through it all. We did. It was great. I was promised that it was a good read. And it really was. An insane person represented themselves in court against some level of public figure. I know he's in the chat. By the way, Mr. Flynn and your wife, I wish you only the best. And please take anything I said today in total jest that it was meant. I don't know you from Adam, of course. And I've seen too much of this happen. I've seen far too much of this happen to people. They've become a victim of the mob. And the mob is bloodthirsty. They always have been. The mob never changes motives. They never change desire. And they never change the outcome, which is destruction. They only change the method by which they achieve their goals. They only change the method by which they achieve their goals. And the mob needs to be stopped. That's why courts exist. I'm glad this protective order went into place. I'm glad a reasonable judge was there. Even though I thought the judge was a little bit lenient. I mean, I would have just had the judge scream at her because it'd be funny. But you know, the judge gave every bit of deference and reasonableness that was due to a pro se litigant who clearly has some issues. And that's probably for the best in the long run. While mine might be funnier, while me as a judge is funnier because I'm like, you're crazy, you're insane. Go home, get some sleep, turn off Twitter forever. This judge handled it in the right way. So good stuff, y'all. All right. We need, oh my goodness gracious, we need to do chats. We're going to do justice chats, then super chats. Then we are going to end the show. We're watching Invincible on Twitch. So we're going to watch some Invincible tonight on Twitch. It'll be a good time. Also, if the Flynns are still watching, if you ever wanted to tell your story on my show, I would be fully happy to invite you. No pressure, of course. No pressure, of course. But if you ever wanted to talk about this or anything else, I frequently talk about creativity, creation, and all of that stuff. You would be welcome on my show at any time. But again, no pressure. No pressure in any way. I certainly respect that you are your own person who has much to do. And I'm just me. I'm just a guy yelling at the internet. All right, let's do these chats. It is already a little bit late, and it is a good time here. All right, Shaz, where were we? Let me bring this window. Ooh, we're a little closer. Mr. Security says, could you take a drink for my 14-month-old Yorkie puppy? She fell off the bed last night and broke her neck. She didn't make it. Rest in peace, Piper. Are you serious? That is horrifying. That is horrifying. Quinton Flynn, I'll reach out to you. I will find you. Absolutely. To Mr. Security, I am sorry to hear that, man. I'm not the biggest fan of dogs for me, but other people's dogs, I know the relationships they build with them. That sucks. Hated 7 Days Tonight says, are we in luck with the judges who are on the panel for that recently overturned case? I don't remember the judges' names on the panel for the recently overturned case. I'll take a look at it. We'll probably go through it on Monday or something. By the way, Icon of Sin, I know you're mad about game night, but I've got a new graphics card coming on Monday, and I think it may actually fix some problems. So my new graphics card will be here Monday. I'll be installing it Monday, and we'll see how it goes. By the way, does anybody know if I run a separate NVIDIA graphics card, if I can use that for encoding video while using my Radeon graphics card for running the game? I'm curious how that works. I think you maybe can. But next, Arrow Shogun says the engine only died because the radiator hose got ripped somehow. Very few videos actually note this. If that hadn't happened, the Killdozer might have lasted longer. Because we're on the air, I won't risk giving out any ideas. ... However it happened, it happened. Mexican Man and Cheese says, China threatening war over investigating COVID-19 is them basically saying, yeah, we did it. What are you going to do about it? And Biden's response is basically, come on, man. I didn't say it's you 100%. This country is effed, but This country is effed, but no mean tweets. Mexican Man and Cheese says, in a perfect world, there would have been a Real Men of Genius Bud Light commercial about the Killdozer. True. It's really not recommended? All right. I got to test it out. I know that's the one thing I'm hesitant about with the Radeon is I really wanted an NVIDIA encoder. By the way, I'm still entering Newegg shuffles. I still want to get an NVIDIA card for this. I'll have my other card for a backup streaming machine or, upstairs. Malik Foxon says, dude, I want to hear these tapes. Like, I'm legit curious what drives someone to do something like this. Taking half a year to inflict $7 million of financial damage is pretty intriguing. I'll see if I can find the tapes. They're probably out there on the internet. Sugi Johnson. Oh, everybody, I didn't mention this, and I should have. Count Dankula has done an absolute Mad Lads on the Killdozer guy. You should definitely check out the absolute Mad Lads video by Count Dankula on this. Silky Johnson says, I remember seeing the Killdozer stuff on TV when it happened. And at first I freaked out a bit because I thought, oh shit, this dude is playing real life Blastcore, which was relevant back in 2004, 3. That's amazing. Is there a nuke running loose through Colorado? And hell yeah, let's remake the Killdozer. Crusader Saracen, I'm going to disable these $1 chats. Oh my God, there's way too many of them. He says, sometimes reasonable men must do unreasonable things. May Marvin Heemeyer go with God, and may you and the chat have a good weekend. If I could ask a favor of you, brother in Christ, I just applied for a writing gig. Prayers would be appreciated, please. Of course. Of course. He also says, cops, oh boy, I can't wait to unlawfully enter this place and violate these rights. Wait, what the fuck is that? Legal rights hiding in the rafters. Your worst nightmare, butthorn. McBurn! Yeah! Why isn't Bulletproof on Twitch? One of the greatest movies ever made. Gary Busey's Bulletproof. When you see the inside of the Killdozer and its little crappy CRT monitors, and you see the most advanced tank ever, the Bulletproof, in the Gary Busey movie, you understand why everything is great. Crusader also says, if you're taking a night off streaming every now and then, which I think you should, because it's healthy and you definitely earn it, then might I humbly suggest timing it to form a 3 or 4 day weekend a month. It's definitely the perk of working for yourself. Weekends don't, I don't get a benefit from a 3 or 4 day weekend, generally. But it's a good suggestion, but I generally don't. And then Crusader also says, gosh, Vic's girlfriend sure is purty. Glad to see Vic is still chatting it up. That's some real king shit right there. Get it. More important than Vic's girlfriend's prettiness, I've heard from everybody who's met her that she's just delightfully nice. Samantha says, I'm a little late, but I'd love to chat with you on stream. You're hilarious. I'll reach out. I think I know people who have talked to you or something. I will find a way to get a message to you guys. I think we could have a fun show. It doesn't have to be about this nonsense at all. Or email me. That would work too. It doesn't have to be about this drama. We could just talk about general stuff. I think, Quentin's in an interesting industry, and you guys definitely have stories to tell. So I'm with it. Kool-Aid Man says, oh yeah, so I'm hanging out with Kermit at one of our favorite sex clubs when the Jolly Green Giant's wife walks in. Long legs and big, luscious green titties. So we walk up to her. Now you guys are ruining my chance of having an interview with some decent people here. What is this? Long legs and big, luscious green titties. So we walk up, and a couple of drinks later, we blindfold her and play musical penises. Why? Why do you do this to me? Porsky says, celebrities need to follow the example of Bill Watterson and just keep a private life. Equally, paparazzi should be federally recognized as an invasive species. Also, have you heard that Hintaro Kiru, creator of Berserku no Piku, recently passed away? No, that was my favorite Berserk sub-arc. Persona non grata says, hello, Nick. Happy Killdozer Day. Here's to peace and love for you and your family. You and yours as well, Persona non grata. Not So Handsome Jack says, life has many doors. Ed boy, Rolf. Breck Nichols says, thank you so much for boosting my self-esteem. Get it, Breck. Ryan79 says, here's some money for a new mic. WMD240SX says, you see the Miller versus Bonta ruling. Turns out the Constitution does exist in California and you can't ban assault weapons. I did see it. We'll be talking about it soon. Definitely next week, but look, I'm probably going to put out one short video tomorrow, one short video Sunday, because I've got some birthday parties that are going to eat up my days, but one of them is probably going to be on this ruling in California. Ichigo Shirosaki 276 says, where did you get that Rolf poster in the back? I got it from Short Round. He has a couple left. You can contact him on Twitter at Food Stamp Guns. Food Stamp Guns. He is he's on Twitter. I think he's banned for 4 days remaining, but once he gets back, he might have a couple. Mike Hunt says, your Vegemite spread is weak. Spread the mite thick. Enjoy the thick spread. Never eat Vegemite. It is degenerate and disgusting. Deathwish says, Ellie Kemper was already hot, but now, who's Ellie Kemper? I recognize the name. Oh, is that the chick from Kimmy Schmidt? Oh, yeah, they're trying to cancel her now, right? Not applicable says, even that statement makes it sounds like gays attack. Will Carter says, Killdozer, don't you mean Liberty Dozer? Mostly peaceful demolition by bulldozer of peace. The political Latino, thank you for the donation. Zora Majora says, guess it's double Killdozer Day since something happened in Tiananmen Square 32 years ago today too. Yes, it is also Tiananmen Square anniversary, in which the CCP literally steamrolled some people. So good job for that, I guess. Not applicable says, don't listen to Christy Baker. She's a dumb bitch. Adam Wofford says, one of the reasons he couldn't connect to the city because it ran under the concrete plant and the concrete company wasn't helping to paid half to move the sewage line, so it wasn't under their plant. Oh, yeah, all sorts of problems with that. They made it impossible. Angry Baneling, I have an Elgato 4K 60 version 2 Pro card, by the way. I have the best Elgato 4K card you can buy. So it's not the solution because I would have to... You're never mind. I Hate Yankee says, don't tread on me. Not applicable says, one man in the world chose not to be a pussy. Character Holding says, Killdozer go vroom vroom crunch. Jeff Valera says, well, according to BLM and Antifa, it's just property. So the Killdozer doesn't qualify as violence, right? Right. Killdozer was non-violent. Look, those buildings had life insurance. Our people don't. Not applicable says, Carnage, WTF, all he did was demolish buildings. Danitria Southpaw says, maybe the scraper identifies as a front end loader. John 1 says, is Killdozer guy similar to Antifa rioters? No, completely different. Completely different because he is funnier. The Denialist says, the machine god blessed the Killdozer and the Omnissiah protected its creation. Ryan79 says, Marvin Heemeyer is an American hero. Character Holding says, the original peaceful protests. Kidda says, Gelman amnesia effect is what you were talking about when you know they got something completely wrong, but turn the page of the paper and forget. Yes, that's what I was talking about with Michael Crichton. Gelman amnesia effect. Austin 101990 says, there are three things all wise men fear: the sea and the storm, a night with no moon, and the anger of a gentle man. Oh, that's a good quote. Damn. Not applicable says, couldn't have happened to a nicer bunch of cucks. Carson Depp says, Faygo root beer is good. Try their rock and rye. I don't even know. A friend brought this over. I don't even know where you buy Faygo around here. I legit learned about Faygo's existence from Insane Clown Posse. Uriah Wright says, CIA, for me, someone should avenge Terry Davis. Not applicable says, Tractor of Peace. CJ says, new Fight Club, and his name was Marvin Heemeyer. His name was Marvin Heemeyer. Demetria Southbar says, Mechanicus recognizes fabricator General Heemeyer. Carson Depp says, look up Andrew Kehoe and the Bath School disaster. What is this? I'm going to pull it up. I'm not going to look at it on stream, but Andrew Kehoe. He's an American mass murderer. Oh, this is the guy. This is the guy who had like the largest school killing in history. He used a pipe bomb while guns were banned. Not applicable says when they start up the death camps, fight back. Don't get death camped. CJ says, now that would be fun. Go armor up a fleet of those little bobcats swarming around a Killdozer, have a Heemeyer swarm, and blare the Greek national anthem. The Denialist says, as a small-town Missouri boy, I know what you're talking about with the city council. I know it too well, Nick. They're literally in Wilmer. They're called the Wilmer 10. In Wilmer, Minnesota, the next town over. They're called the Wilmer 10. And they ran the Best Buy out of town. Good job, Wilmer 10. They also control all the liquor licenses, and that's why we have garbage restaurants. Not applicable says Canada equals China. Not applicable also says our society is already being run by thugs. Pathetic. Ryan79 says, I was in Scottsbluff, Nebraska 3 months ago, and nobody was wearing masks in any restaurant or store I went to. Here either. You might find one randomly. Nobody. Jeff K says, downtown Minneapolis still makes you wear a mask. Ugh. Dude, I don't. I make it a policy. Ever since I stopped working downtown, I don't go downtown. The only thing I miss is the guy in the Skyway playing guitar and singing about his cat food. That guy was beautiful. I love to be fair, I also miss the Skyway cellist. How are you a homeless guy playing in a Skyway, but you got a cello? I need to know about this. He rode a bike with a cello on his back. JW says, buy me a tank. Angry Baneling says, that's a perfectly smashable lady cop, though. Not applicable says, big hooah to the lady telling her to F off, by the way. JW says, will the lady cop touch D's nuts? Probably, if you ask her. I don't know. Not applicable says, this cop wants this woman in the ground. That's why she doesn't back up. She's waiting for an excuse to arrest her and her. This is the Marxist left. JW says, oh, snap. The property owner is wielding a deadly wallet. Cobain Dorito says, is anyone surprised to hear that the famous Chinese tank man was not crushed by the tank? No, he was not. Someone else got their head popped by a big truck. But it was not, he was not directly run over. He like got shoved or stumbled or something and his head got crushed. I saw the video of it. It's gross. Gross. JW says, I'm hiring this streaming guy if I land myself back in prison for Grand Theft Auto. Lord of Swarm says, just a friendly reminder, woke is good. 200 Watt Studio says, date night with Lady Rackets equals making another baby. Nope, we're done. 5 is enough. 5 is enough. I love all 5 of my children. I would not replace any of them for the world, but 5 is enough. Lamer5799 says, forget the wall, Blood Eagle this effort. CJ says, can we apply the Drake Bell case to teachers, please? Stop talking to kids. Can we apply it to politicians while we're at it? Ad sniffing too. Yes. Yes. Angry Bellsprout says, many jurisdictions have age of consent to 15 to 17. They do. They do. 200 Watt Studio says, hello, Preston. Speaking of succubus, may I introduce you to my friend Monica? She's a succubus of water. William Foley and Saggy Melons, welcome to paralegal status. Thank you for joining the channel as members. Polyfrog64 says, hey, Nick, happy Dozer Friday. Rest easy, Marvin Heemeyer. Have a tribute video on my channel. I was 14 when I saw it live on TV. Never forgot that day. Matt Field says, one could only pray a man whom enjoys his insides tickled by his wife would sue you for defamation. Your Honor, Exhibit P. It would be, oh my goodness. I never want to be sued, but if I am to be actually sued, there is a short list of people that I have on it. Let's see. Falling Floor says people don't even need a dozer. One high-capacity assault backhoe, and you could just dig up some electrical. Just a 1-foot wide bucket, and they need to replace yards of pipe. Keeping copper is a bonus. Phil Abudi says, they're just a bunch of sad, pathetic blobs. Eugene Ford says, yo, Nick in preacher voice, we need men, freedom. No, wait, sorry. We men need freedom from simps and cucks. So listen here, my brothers. We must cock-block the cucks and the simps so they will know their place is with the snack trays. So saith the Lord. Jeff Patriot says, mod fight. Sage Emerald says, this is a lit case. Thank you. I desperately needed this. Also moving to Kenosha in a month. Looks like I'm buying a boat. Shameful Display says, hey, Nick, I got Subway to do a U-gouge the other day. You were right. It's better. Yes, yes, yes. Of course it's better. The U-gouge is a superior sandwich. I will die on this hill, and I will die with Subway sandwiches, one in each hand, eating U-gouges left and right. Billy the Kid Lawrence says to everyone, don't send nudes. Got it memorized. Don't send nudes. Don't do it. I know there's a temptation. Don't do it. Michael Straight says, short story. I went to LA for my 1-year anniversary with my girlfriend. We rented a car through Turo. When we got there from Michigan, the car got repoed. We had to rent a different car and got a 20 Mustang because they overbooked. Nice. Awesome. I rented a Mustang on Maui once. A V8 5-liter Mustang. Oh my gosh. I'm sitting there like really revving it up. But on Maui, there's like nowhere you can go over 55 miles an hour because there's too many cars and not enough road. So I had all this car and I couldn't do anything with it. It was lame. Thermatius says, remember someone emailing saying the same as crazy. Cucko Magic says, you're just jelly you didn't get to touch famous D. Hashtag pride. Angry Baneling says, StarCraft equals sex. You hate StarCraft. You hate sex. No, StarCraft is garbage. Billy the Kid Lawrence says, Chrissy's just mad no one actually wants to unlock her keyhole with their keyblade. No one important says, the internet and Twitter gave these crazies a megaphone. We should be ignoring them, not giving them a platform. Stop taking them seriously. It's immediately when Twitter came out, everybody forgot that a significant portion of the populace is insane. They just forgot. Billy Kid Lawrence says, when you walk away, you don't hear me say, please, oh baby, don't go. Simple and clean is the way you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to let it go. Billy Kid also says, this chick is, dare I say, heartless, puts on shades while CSI Miami theme plays. Seriously, Chrissy is a real nobody. But also says, beware, Chrissy, the type of witch that you never share a pawpaw fruit with, undeserving. Darkness has a hold of her heart and vagina. CJ says, so which of her multiple personalities put it up? Billy says, Riku could smell the evil on this woman. Pastor Flash says, I'm not mad about game night. Movie is best night. Billy says, shout out to Quinton for winning and voicing my favorite character, Axel, from my favorite game, Kingdom Hearts. May your heart be your guiding key. Geodes says, I'm disabling $2 chats, starts bullying with $2. No, I'm disabling $1 chats on Justice chats. I thought I did already. Next, he says, dealing addictions. Does one change addiction or... I don't know. No one important says, Vic, Todd, now Quinton. At this rate, Nick is going to have a whole studio's worth of VAs. Thanks for giving these guys a platform, Nick. There's actually another guy. There's another guy out there. His name is Shane, and he was a victim at the same time as Vic and Todd were of Jesse Pridemore, and he's actually a pretty interesting fellow. Mr. Bentham says, try washing your mic with soapy water. Boomer. My mic was fine. The mic was fine. Thomas Vanderhoff says, Dozer just wants its exhaust noises heard. He says, suicide is not the answer. It's the solution. No, it's not. Stop it. You can't encourage suicide. Natalie, I missed your chat. I'll get it. Angry Bailey says, "Oi, Nick, where's them daytime streams you promised?" Dude, I don't know. Deathwish says it's 3 a.m. Still no Invincible. Sad. We're about to be there. Kulfe 2A Wannabe Hunan Muhammad says, "Don't worry. You can say what you need to. I will guarantee you freedom of speech. You freedom after that speech, though. Who knows?" Natalie, here it is. Sorry, I missed this. I really apologize. Says, someone play Chopin's Piano Sonata No. 2 in B flat minor funeral march. It's appropriate for her burying herself about the chick at the hearing. That's a good chat right there. All right. Ooey says $1. Crusader says, "Disable these nuts, law boy." Philibooty says, "I just wanted you to say my name." And Crusader says, according to recently declassified telegram from the UK consulate at Tiananmen Square, the dead protesters were disposed of by being pancaked by tanks, burned to ash, then washed down the gutter with a hose. May they be welcomed into Abraham's bosom. I don't know if that's true, but it was in a super chat, so it must be. All right, guys. Thank you for hanging out tonight. We will be over on Twitch for an episode of Invincible. And then we'll see what happens after that. Ooey says, try turning your mic off and on again. Look, I'll turn it off. I'll turn everything off. Catch you guys this weekend. We'll see what happens. Probably no live streams, but probably some short videos. See you then. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some Audiosplaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Audiosplaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Audiosplaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we